back.
Welcome back.
For me, Twitch went down completely. I couldn't access any more Twitch streams. I couldn't even access the Twitch homepage and anything.
Yeah, well, you stayed in the call, so it wasn't your entire internet that
No,
went down.
no, no. It's not my internet, but it has to be the routing server. Like I could access other internet internet pages, but I couldn't access Twitch. So I don't know what happened there. Guess the connection to the Twitch server itself broke down. Lovely. Anyway, we'll be
So
moving on.
the giant is a 3 for me.
Yeah,
I
same.
think.
I think it'll
Yeah, I
come
think they
down
did.
rather late. It'll come down on like 7 or whatnot. But yeah.
It's like similar with the flash giants in Zoo. It doesn't really matter when they come down, but when they come down in a pair for 0 at one point, it's usually pretty strong.
I think they actually tested this card this time and then gave it an appropriate cost.
It was bad, yeah.
They didn't just make it 8. They made it 13 instead. They're like,
Yeah.
okay, we don't want to nerf this 5 times until it's at 13.
Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
I mean, imagine they made it just an 8 mana 8 and then I got nerfed like literally 5 times. No. Okay, anyway, I really like the card. I think it's good. I was wrong on the Flesh Giant before. Well, I mean, okay, they know that we're gonna print the Warlock quest, but when Flesh Giant got revealed, the Warlock quest wasn't out yet, so I think it's not like this wasn't the same thing, right? It's not really fair to put them together.
I mean, Flesh Giant, didn't it see play before the quest already?
It did, but it wasn't like this busted, right? Like Flesh Giant only got the nerf after the quest came out. Before it didn't really get nerfed.
Oh, also the demons the hero summons, the minions the hero summons, those are demons, right? So it would also. Oh well, it doesn't need to be demons, but the giant would get cheaper.
Otherwise, it would be bad. But anyway, well, let's move on to Druid. Who wants?
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say like you could use Terran to like try and get these out Giga early. Like if you have a board, you Terran it, and it's a bit slow. But I was looking over some neutral synergies like Death Rattly stuff that would support this. There's not a lot though, but yeah. Anyway,
who wants to take Druid?
Who's the Druid? I feel like Frozen is the Druid player.
Alright, sure. Capture Cold Tooth Mine. Choose one, draw your lowest card, or draw your highest card. I mean, I think this card's just insane, right?
And always draws Maligos.
Jambra loves this card. The goose.
The goose. Silly goose.
Like, you can... Both the lowest cost card and the highest cost card generally are, like, core cards. Both,
Druid
like, Innervate and, like, the Bloom and, like, whatever high end you run, they're both insane. Like whenever and tutoring, both insane.
He summoned the Jumper.
Encourages like a certain kind of deck building too. Like you can make this card be very good if you just change your list around a little bit.
Would you play this in aggro Druid with the
No.
the 2/1 that draws, like you draw your tree and some one drop?
No, not an aggro card.
No.
Too slow, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it has synergy with the Jerry rig too.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah, but like you have to spend 2 mana on each of them, which is like 2 mana draw your lowest, 2 mana draw your highest.
Yeah.
That's the nice part about Nourish is that. I mean.
The one thing I'm gonna say is that Druid has so many of these 2 mana draw something cards now that it's hard to say which one is better to run.
That's true.
Yeah.
Like,
I'll give it a 3.
Same.
Yeah, same. Like it kind of depends on how your deck is built. Like if the highest or so the lowest cost card is always going to be like a Lightning Bloom or something, right? So that's always okay if you just want some extra mana in the following turns. But if your highest cost card that you have to run is not particularly useful, like a Cenarion ward, then you don't play this, right? You play Moonlit Guidance instead, so you can find like the Anaconda and stuff.
Mm. I mean,
If you're playing Jumper Druid with the owls, you can just against aggro use this to draw a bloom to get the owl out faster.
If you're playing the Celestial Druid, you can always get Malagos.
Yeah, I mean the thing is like, if you have Malagos in hand, you just draw a bloom, for example. Like that's the upside of this card. Is like it doesn't draw only your Malagos, but if you have the Malagos, you can also bloom it. Theoretically, you can split it with Jerry Rig, and then on 4 you can draw your Mali and your bloom, and you can bloom out the Mali. But I feel like at this point we're passing a lot of mana, and we might just rather Overgrowth instead.
I think actually, now that you mention that, I don't think Alignment Druid cares that much about drawing Mali. I think Jombre Druid cares a lot about drawing Mali.
Yeah, for sure,
because they have a ton of cheap cards and ramp, and they only have 1 Mali for the refill. So I think that this could be a good fit in that deck.
I mean, Bokbeam is like the big card the big difference between like Jumper Druid and Alignment Druid is that in Jumper Druid you would run cards like Ironbark and Bogbeam that give you immediate payout for drawing these cards, whereas I feel like you don't really have that too much in a lot of the other decks. So you play Mali and your Mali deals 6 damage. Your Mali is like what, a 5/15 taunt that deals 6 damage or 3 damage as a battle cry and draws you 5 cards with 3 or 4, whatever's remaining. Mega 6 there.
Just a 3 for you guys all?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I feel like this is not so good in Alignment Druid because it also doesn't work anymore after alignment. Like it's just 1 mana draw 1 after alignment.
Yeah, true.
Oh, I mean, like you'll draw Malagos, right? Guaranteed, and then you'll fill your entire hand.
Not after alignment anymore. No. It's only before alignment where you draw the Mali.
I see. Yeah.
Yep.
All right, Claw, Fury, Adept. I think this card's insane.
Pretty good,
It gives your hero +1 as well. So I assume it's just like giving your hero +1 as well. It has like immediate impact in like board centric matchups on 2, like playing it.
There is also this 1/4 that gets attack when your hero attacks, which would work with this card.
I mean, and other than that, it just pushes damage and gives you a lot of value trades as well.
Yeah, good card, right?
Yes.
It's kind of weird because like you'd think you'd want this in an aggro deck, right? So you have a bunch of friendly minions that get buffed, but it doesn't really seem like it fits that well in like current aggro druid because they only care about making sticky minions. So it's kind of in between there, but it's probably still good enough to run. I would assume.
I mean, you do play the Jerry Rig stuff, which gives you like you splits the cards. Even though I do think that's the worst version of the deck. Like,
yeah, the Jerry Rig is not that great in aggro druid.
You like just being able to ping something early on in the aggro merge is insane.
Yeah, true. And it doubles up as a finisher.
Play a rush minion. And then play this. I mean, like this card just.
It's really good.
I'm gonna give it a 4.
Same.
3.
As well.
3.
Frostwolf Kennels. At the end of your turn, summon a 2/2 wolf with stealth. Last 3 turns.
And they're hella cute.
Seems horribly slow to me.
Yeah, I think this is terrible. Unfortunately.
I mean, yeah.
What do you guys think?
I don't know. It's like
what are your ways to leverage the wolves? Like maybe beast synergy or something. You can.
I think you're able to play this, and then you can play the 5-mana spell with something.
Arbor up?
Actually, it's the end of your turn, yeah. So it's like you can play this because it has stealth, and then you get an Arbor up off with something to attack with, and Arbor up is already good even without any minions. I feel like most of the time it's like pretty solid, and then you have a guaranteed payoff. But then it makes your entire early game slightly worse, which is the sketchy part.
I mean, it's a
Seems
2/2
way too
stealth
slow.
on the turn you play it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, how does this work with the next card? You would like give it +3/+3 for 3 mana?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Not the worst deal.
I don't think you run this even in the... If there is a beast deck, I think this card still isn't good enough, honestly.
Yeah, because you'd rather just be up in your opponent's face, right? You don't need the
Yeah.
stealth part. What you want
I-
is maximum
rather-
stats per mana on board.
Yeah.
You
I'd like
cast
a
it
more
on turn
immediate...
2, it's not too bad.
Like
yeah.
maybe you can innervate it out or something, or like if that deck runs innervate
But
That is on
then-
1, this on 2.
studies, yeah, then it's probably pretty good. Then yeah, it would be like some sort of a weird mid-range deck that we haven't seen.
Beast Druid.
It only,
But,
I mean, okay, it only really works with the last payoff card at the end of the whole. Like we can, I think by this card it by itself is real bad, but if we look at the last card that they're gonna have, I think it might be fine.
The last card.
Yeah, it's a
Oh.
7 mana 4/5 with taunt that costs 1 less for each beast you've summoned this game. And
okay,
this-
that's the payoff. Okay.
Oh.
So I feel
Is
like this card by
yeah.
itself does like, I don't think this card works by itself. Like if
Huh.
you just give this card to me in a vacuum, I don't think this is completely unplayable actually. But
Mhm.
I don't know. Like I'll give this card the 1. It might, because I guess it has synergy with something else. Then maybe it's a 2. But yeah, we'll get to the
Yeah,
payoff cards at the end again.
Yeah, okay, a 2 for me then as well.
Like I think probably a 2. Oh, actually, you can summon beasts really fast, like the squirrel, and then you like pop off.
Yes,
I
you
don't
can
know.
summon tons of beasts. We'll get to some more stuff in the future as well.
I feel like if anything that makes this card worse, like you don't even need it to summon the beasts. You have enough already.
Yeah,
to make your
exactly.
card
You
good.
use the Oracle to summon beasts.
Yeah.
There's a lot of
Never mind.
beasts. Like, just look through the standard Druid
Oh,
cards. There's
can
a
you
lot.
imagine you go off with the Oracle and then you play the 7-drop in the same turn and it copies it?
Well, that is so sick. I didn't even think about it. It costs 0 when you play it early.
Yeah.
That's kind of nice.
It also has synergy with the card they just nerfed, the battle thing.
Battle Guard.
Yeah.
Oh my god. The Wing
Alright.
Commander Wyverns are beasts too.
That card is so nuts though, but we're gonna get to that in a second. Like, I feel like there's so much synergy. It's so hard to like go card by card in this one, which I really like as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, are we going Heart of the Wild next?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Frozen.
Yeah, Heart of the Wild. Give a minion +2/+2, then your beast +1/+1. Seems like it pairs pretty well with the Frost Wolf, honestly, with the stealth. But I'm assuming it's not that hard to stick a beast.
It's all you beast though, right? +1/+1.
Yeah, but you have to stick a minion first, not a beast, or it's kind of hard. It's not gonna be that hard to stick a minion with the beast deck.
Yeah, but sticking one minion isn't good enough for this card to be good. You want to stick a pretty wide board. Otherwise, it's just a shitty buff card.
Yeah, I feel like you want the minion to be able to attack. Like a minion that's able to attack, so you can't like just play a minion and this.
This has to be so
Or,
much
like,
worse
play
than
it like a-
armor up, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it is, but the only thing is maybe there is a deck where you would want to run both of them.
Yeah.
Probably.
If one card's
Honestly-
busted, another can still be fine.
I'm looking at this card like any of the +1/+1 AoE buffs that like there was the twin spell one. It's just like that, and the +2/+2 is like a side bonus. That's not right. Like you run it to buff a wide board of beasts. That's the only way it's going to be a good card.
Yeah, I agree.
So the question is like, are you making boards wide enough with all beasts that this is going to be good? I kind of doubt it, but not sure.
Well, hold on. Glowflies are beasts, right?
True. True.
So even in the fungal fortune stack, maybe you could use this to buff your glowflies. But you have power of the wild, which is better, right?
Yeah, I'm just gonna give this a 3.
Wow.
A 2.
I give it a 2.
2 for me.
2.
I
Like
give it a
weak
1.
2. Yeah.
I give it a 1.
All right.
Okay.
I think this is good.
We'll see. Next card.
Pathmaker. Cast the other choice from the last choose one spell you cast. So high payoff is like nourish. You can nourish your crystals and then you play this and you draw, or you can even play it in the same turn if you have innervate. Both, you get both paths. So I think you need like, I feel like it has to be a high payoff, like high mana payoff, in order for this to be that good. Like on curve, I guess it's okay.
Still a 3 mana 3/4.
Yeah. It's the 3
No,
mana 3/4
like
upside.
you can play like the 2 mana choose one, right? Like draw your lowest and then you play this
True.
and you draw your highest.
That's a
It's like
good
on
way
curve.
to use it. Yeah.
What if it summons a Druid of the Claw on Ancient of War?
That was a spell.
Yeah,
Is
it's
it a spell?
It's
Yeah,
only
okay,
works
that's-
for spells. Yeah.
There is another one that works with everything, though, right? Oh, the next one. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
This is
like,
pretty good.
is it better than Jerry Rig?
It's different. It's much better tempo, isn't it?
No, because Jerry Rig you can play on curve into overgrowth into the card. This one you can't.
Yeah, I mean, in alignment druid, this is not a card as much. I'm thinking if there's another deck.
Well, why is this not good in alignment druid?
Because you need to play everything, like you need to...
Too slow.
Yeah, this card you play after you've already played the other cards that are good. So you already have the alignment plus whatever, the Anaconda or the ramp or whatever. Whereas the Jerry Rig sets up for you to be able to successfully play alignment, and then the game ends anyway.
Also, this doesn't even work with when you Jerry Rig into Nourish. This card isn't going to work, is it?
Yeah, after you split, it doesn't work anymore.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, the good thing about Jerry Rig is it kind of bridges the part where until you get to alignment, and then you play alignment, and usually the turn after you play alignment, your opponent just explodes in one way or the other, and then I feel like this is just not a good way to make this pay off.
It's pretty simple to evaluate this. Like, just there's a limited number of choose one spells in the game. Like, you can look at all of them and see, are any of these going to be, useful?
I mean, I think it's really useful actually with the Cold Tooth Miner, because like you play that, then you play this one on curve, and then you have the Bloom in your hand and the Malagos or something. I don't know, whatever it is. But you have
But in that deck, then you don't run the Glowfly Fungal Fortune stuff anymore, because you don't want to have minions in your deck that much, really.
Yeah, but I think I'd be fine with like not running these cards in that deck, honestly.
Okay.
But in that case, it's like a very situational 3 mana draw one. because unless you're running every other choose one spell, like there aren't that many playable choose one spells. I feel like.
Power of the Wild Cup.
Yeah, like there's Sow the Soil and Power of the Wild, but this card is not really good with them,
It's
right?
not gonna work with Feral Rage either.
I think Druid has so many good cards that it doesn't really have place to fit this card.
I mean,
Yeah.
it might make sense with the card that's coming after and Nourish. Like you might just like because the next card you can play on curve into Nourish. You can play this card into Nourish, and then you have the mana, and then you would play the other card to draw your cards. The deck would look completely different because you'd be doing different payoff stuff. You wouldn't be doing the Glowfly payoff.
They setting up for an overgrowth nerf by printing these cards.
What about a card like Runic Carving? Like,
That's like the
how does
best
that even
payoff
work?
there is, kind of.
Like you literally get to summon 4 Treant totems with Rush. Is it good enough payoff? Probably.
I mean, it's pretty good, but
I still think it's meh.
Runic Carvings is a bad card.
When is the last time you've seen a Runic Carvings deck?
Okay. No.
Whoa, one sec.
We do need to pick up the pace a little bit.
Yeah.
There's also a Shanda Wildclaw. Is that card good payoff?
Yeah, but it's only with spells. I did that mistake as well.
Yes.
Oh, it doesn't work with that as well. Okay.
I mean,
Okay.
I'll give it
I'll give
to.
it a 1
Yeah.
for me for this set. Maybe in the future,
this set,
better
yeah.
choose ones.
All right. Okay. Actually, put me down for that as well. All right. Let's keep it moving because otherwise
Okay.
we're gonna be here tomorrow.
I'll do the numbers. You can read the cards first.
All right, Pride Seeker. When you're, that's not the.
It's battle
the
cry
card
your
effect.
next choose one card costs 2 less.
So this works with minions.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Anything.
This has to be way better than the last one, right?
I think so. Yeah.
I think so. Yeah. I mean, you can just curve this into Nourish. This is why I like it. I don't think the only problem is that I don't think this Jerry rig into Nourish doesn't work, right?
No.
So it doesn't work into the other half of a Nourish.
So my problem with this is if you're running like a Nourish deck, you don't have any other choose ones, and if you dedicate a deck slot for this card, you want to have as many choose ones as possible for this to be worth it, because you don't always draw the two cards together.
You have the mine sometimes.
Yeah, I would run the mine as well. I would think that's enough then.
Because you can cash it in whenever, right?
Mm.
And you have the card that randomly generates one sometimes. And that's probably good enough.
I don't really believe in
also,
either of these two cards.
If you play if you play alignment, let's say you play this and you play alignment, does the next choose one cost 0? It does, right?
Oh.
It has to just be insane.
Did they fix that?
I'm not sure, but I'm assuming you can just nourish your crystals after.
Because I've realized that. So a while ago, when you had a spell power discounted minion, right, and somebody played alignment on you, your spell power minions was still cost 1 mana. Same was true for rush minions.
I'm pretty sure they fixed that.
Yeah,
but
because
that still doesn't work with Jerry Rig, so you would have to cut Jerry Rig from your deck, and I don't think that's the thing.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, you could just play alignment and pop off immediately. Wouldn't that be insane?
Yeah, I mean, like this is insane if it works. Because
I think
you can
the whole point.
play crystal.
The whole point of Jerry Rig is that you consistently can alignment into Nourish draw, and if you cut the Jerry Rig, you don't do that anymore.
Mm-hmm.
No, well, if you think, look at this, you can like literally play alignment, nourish your crystals, and then Malagos, and you can, and you just literally don't you just win the game? You just win the game, right?
If you're really good at the game, you can do that every time.
But you can do that because you have the card that draws the Malagos. No.
Yeah, but drawing
Yeah.
the nourish is going to be the problem because your only way to tutor nourish is with Jerry Rig, and that makes it not work anymore. I mean, you have Moonlit Guidance, which is a really good card for setting up combos like this. So I'll give it a 2 because there's some hope.
I mean, I like it. I like this idea. That I'll give it a 3 because I feel like if that works.
I think it's 3.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe 3.
Okay, next.
I'll say a 1.
Dire Frostwolf. Death Rattle, Stealth, Death Rattle, summon a 2/2 wolf with stealth. Stealth, Death Rattle, summon a 2/2 with stealth. I don't know, this is not very impressive.
Not bad. Very good synergy with Menagerie Warden.
Yeah.
Worth noting.
What's Menagerie Warden?
It's the 5 mana summon a copy of a beast.
Copy a beast.
It's also some synergy with the Matriarch.
Seems too fair to me.
Yeah.
Same.
1.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1.
I'll give it 2. Stealth is a powerful mechanic, I think.
Alright, next.
Wing Commander Mulverick. This card's insane. Rush, your minions have honorable kill, summon a 2/2 Wyvern with Rush.
It's hilarious.
This is just like this is literally just a board clear in one card.
It's a Glowfly vacuum. And the Glowfly's gone.
Yeah.
The funny thing is it vacuums out the Glowflies and spits out the 2/2 at the end of it.
Read the comment on the card. The
A board
flavor
called
text.
2/2 minions. That's what I call a target-rich environment.
What does that mean?
I mean, it's just mopped up a Glowfly swarm, right?
Yeah. So like your minions. So it's like you can. It doesn't have to be two health stuff, right? Like if you have a big minion, you can have that become the honorable kill. So you can like trade it off into a bigger minion too, right?
Yeah.
So it's pretty flexible, and on its own, 4 mana 2/5 rush. This card is just absolutely. Because this is like a 10 out of 10 card. It's gonna be in every single Druid deck.
I think it's Giga busted actually. We don't have Spy
even in
Bloom.
Alignment Druid. Yeah, even in Alignment Druid, you probably just run this to play around like the mirror and aggro stuff. You don't think so?
Well, I think it becomes giga powerful when you're playing a deck that has some minions on board, because then it's a lot easier to set up honorable kills. If you play it on your if you play off board completely, then it's still useful at times, but it's not always going to do what you want it to do, right?
Yeah, but I think you can, like, even if you coin iterate this out, sometimes your opponent can't play around. Let's say your opponent's playing DH, aggro DH is a good deck, and they like play the 2/2 and a 1/1, and they like hit you in the face with a weapon. You coin iterate this out, you win the game. The game's just over. Literally just over on turn 2.
I think it's a 4 for sure. I'm just saying I don't think you necessarily play it in like Alignment Druid, stuff like that.
I mean, the problem is for the first kill, you're gonna have to bleed some HP on this minion, and then it becomes removable. But yeah, like I feel like if you summon one minion of this, it's like
very good.
Yeah.
It's already very good, and the upside of this actually like killing up a Glowfly board or something else with a bunch of HP is scary.
So 4 is across the board?
I'll give it a 3.
Roll it.
And then the next card's a 4?
I mean, should we talk about it?
We should probably talk about it.
5 mana, Wildheart Guff. Set your maximum mana crystals to 20. Gain a mana crystal, draw a card.
Seems decent there.
It's like somewhat semi-nourish. Gain. Set your mana crystal to 20. I don't even know, man. This is like. I feel like
it's so people can innovate out 11 mana Maligos.
What are we gonna do with all this mana?
Yeah, I mean.
Oh, you don't need alignment anymore.
Alignment, does it?
You don't
Well,
need
I think
it anymore.
I think you probably still play in alignment.
What? Why?
Why not?
Well, the effect of it is like, okay.
So what?
Until you get to 10 mana, it's not a very good card, right? It's like a 5 mana wild growth that draws you a card. You wouldn't play that in your
And
deck.
you gain 5 armor. And you get a better hero power.
But
Yeah.
it's a better hero power,
But
actually.
the one is 1 mana, gain an empty mana crystal. And the other one is so 1 mana wild growth and 2 mana draw a card.
But we're not playing hero power druid, are we? Like, I don't know.
I feel like 1 mana wild growth is still a good card. Not empty. Well, it's 2 mana gain an empty mana crystal. Therefore, I said it's 1 mana wild growth.
Oh, right. So the
because
battle cry gains you
2 minus 1 is equal to 1. That's quick math.
Quick math.
Yeah, that's what I got my PhD for.
So you play this on 5 and you have, okay, 1 mana. Or you play it on 6 and you have 2 mana to hero power. I guess that's pretty good.
This has to be in alignment druid, I think.
I mean,
anyway.
Of course. It also comes with 5 free armor.
Yeah.
What about something like Survival Druid? GA Druid?
I mean, are we pretending that gaining 5 armor is like not worth anything in a deck that just wants to ramp?
I really don't love this card in alignment druid, but okay.
I mean, after alignment, this card is just become a 0 mana draw card, right?
Yeah, and gain 5.
Afina's saying you can get up to 13 mana and then you can OTK, which is true. That's a good point.
Like you literally after you play alignment, isn't this just
But I feel like I don't really see that being relevant because if you have to wait until you get to 13 mana, it's so much slower than just playing alignment and getting smorked for a turn.
You can play this before alignment, and you can like play this, and then you literally alignment, and then you can hero power.
But the problem is you have 1 mana and hero power and cost 2 mana.
Some games
yeah, but like,
and there's a decent amount of games that actually where you play. There's a decent amount of games where you go. It's not a very large number, but it does happen that you can go Anaconda, and then like Bloom Innervate alignment when you're on 10 mana. And sometimes you just have excess ramp, and just being able to Anaconda alignment in the same turn and completely shut the opponent out of any potential counter players, I think is pretty tempting.
I mean, I'm disagreeing with Fino a bit on this because like I know I can see what you mean, but I feel like I guess the hero power helps bridge the gap to 13 mana, which is a big deal.
Like you can play this card and just not alignment, and in some matchups, and it's just
that's what I'm saying. Like, it might be a good card. I just don't think you run it in a deck that also plays alignment druid.
I think you run this in every druid deck.
You play this in every deck. You play this.
Okay,
not casting wild growth every turn.
Not aggro druid. Not aggro druid. I'll take it back. Not every druid.
Maybe not beast druid either. Maybe not.
It's finally a good guff, right? After the other two.
Every druid that goes to 10 mana. Yeah.
I mean, I don't care about the part where you go to 20. I gain a mana crystal, I draw a card, and I get some pretty OP hero powers. That's all I need to make me happy. I don't know.
I mean, when you go to like 20 mana, there's gotta be like infinite amounts of degenerate stuff you can do, like possibilities, right?
I really like Warlock hero power, and I like not having to hit my safe in the face for it as well.
Can we just all give it a 4 to move on?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm down.
3, but
Alright.
being at 20 mana is worse than having played alignment, for the record. So.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, like alignment does have some downside sometimes. Anyways.
All right, let's move on.
Frost Saber Matriarch. I mean, like, does Johnbray think this belong in Johnbray Druid as well, or no?
It's pretty good with Glowfly Swarm.
Yeah.
Glowfly Swarm, and then this is free.
XD. Okay, yeah. I don't know. It's a pretty good reason to summon beasts. Even like you even play this in aggro druid. It runs enough beasts.
Yeah,
And you
I
have
think it's
synergy
more
with Oracle and Battle Guard.
It's probably more for aggro druid than.
I mean, just getting this to 3 mana and then just being able to cheat it out, or to 2 mana and getting it out. I like this card. I'm gonna give this a 3.
It's a 4 for me.
Those are the 3 for me.
This doesn't cost 7 after a month or 2.
I'm a bit scared about how good some of the board clears and removals are in the metagame, that I think Beast Druid might not have a shot. Like cards like, I don't know, Wing Commander and like some of the other AoEs from the other classes kind of scare me.
It's so good with composting. Like you make a board composting, and then you draw this from the composting. You can just make a big board right away again.
When you play alignment, you rush in the owl, and then this costs 0 as well.
True. I think there's just enough beasts. Like you could try and make a like pure beast druid mid-rangey deck, or you could just put this in aggro druid, because there's quite a lot of beasts there. Or you can play it in a glowfly deck. Like there's a lot of potential. So I'll give it a 3 at least.
Okie dokie. Yeah, also 3. I mean, I think there's even a chance that this, as Vira said, it doesn't cost 7 in 2 months.
Hunter? Should I take Hunter?
You can take Hunter, yeah.
Okay. Hunter.
Yeah, I think Mage.
Bloodseeker is a 2 mana 2/2 weapon, honorable kill, gain +1/+1. Wait, the weapon gains +1/+1?
Yeah.
Whoa, that's wrong. It's like
it's not that bad.
It's like Eaglehorn bow, but I mean, I guess it only goes into minions if you want to buff it, but in a board-centric mirror, having this one too seems pretty strong.
True.
Like you trade, and then at one point you just start going face with the weapon.
I think this card's bad.
It's only ever gonna be able to go face with 2 durability.
Yeah, but
But
it has like 4 or 5 attack. It's
true.
I mean, I don't mind. I like more damage in my face hunter.
Yeah.
I think if you don't get the honorable kill the turn you fight it, it's too bad of a card to run.
Yeah.
In some matchups, you just don't get it.
And I don't like kind of sitting around waiting for like a card to do something in an aggro deck like Hunter. Like if I have a damage dealing card, I want to deal all of its damage right away.
It's really meta dependent on what 1-drops people play. Like if this kills enough 1-drops, then it's easily a staple.
Sure. It's a good card in like aggro mirrors, like you said, yeah.
The funny part is that Hunter doesn't even run the 1/4 weapon, which is like arguably mega insane in the deck that the buff Hunter that we're playing right now, where you play all the minion buffs, just because you don't want to run anything that isn't a minion and a buff.
Yeah.
So
That weapon doesn't protect your board. It uses your board. This weapon protects your board, or is supposed to protect your board. So you can go
Yeah.
face with your minions.
Like I can only see this at being at a 1 of like maybe a 2, probably. Like it's definitely it has some upside. Probably like okay of a weapon. But
yeah, I feel like the decks where you Hunter isn't the best deck at having at like protecting its own hero. So this only really works super well against other board-centric deck, and their Hunter at least, like not right now, but traditionally it's sometimes just struggled with getting outpaced in terms of damage that the other deck can kind of switch targets from your minions to your face. At least that's been like this in the past. It's not currently that way, but I could imagine this coming back when other because you still can't deal with white boards as Hunter. That's the problem you've always had, and I don't think that particularly helps you here. Yeah, I don't know. I'll give it a 1 or 2. I don't know. I don't think it will be played, but I don't think it's terrible.
I think it's between a 2 and a 3, and I would say a 2 right now, but see how the meta goes. Next card is Dunbaldar Bunker. 2 mana.
I wrote mine in already.
Okay. 2 mana at the end of your turn, draw a secret and set its cost to 1, and it lasts 3 turns. I mean, 2 mana draw 3, right? But in a synergy deck.
Is this Skull of the Moon? Wait, is this Skull of Gul'dan?
I think we should talk about the Spring Trap, because those 2 cards might conflict each other. So
should we start with the hero card for every class, do you think, or is that not important? I don't think it's important.
Not for this one, at least.
Yeah, okay.
There is like the Spring Trap, which is a 4 mana deals 3 damage to a minion spell, and it casts a secret from your deck. And if it does honorable kill, it casts 2 secrets from your deck. So, like, you don't want to run too many secrets in your deck. And if the Spring Trap is good enough, you probably don't want to draw the secrets from your deck with the bunker. So that would be the reason why the bunker is not good enough if the Spring Trap is a better card.
True. I mean, you could run both, and then sometimes there would be one of them would end up being dead, maybe.
And then how many secrets would you run in your deck? Like 6, maybe?
I mean, you probably play every secret, and then you play Petting Zoo, and you make your opponent guess what secrets you play.
Petting Zoo is still a card?
Petting Zoo is still a card, yes.
Cool.
Yeah, the bunker works really well with the Petting Zoo. Really, really well. And then there also the new secret seems pretty strong. It's like a counter spell for 2.
I feel like it's been a while since Secret Hunter's been a thing, because there really isn't enough payoff, right?
Also, the secrets have been pretty shit in general. I think the Ice Trap fixes that a bit, right?
I feel like Hunter Secrets always did I feel traditionally the strongest Hunter Secret ever has always been Freezing Trap, and just because if it's a good meta for Freezing Trap, it's a good meta for like those kind of Hunter decks.
Hunter doesn't really have a secret that works with your opponent casting spells. I feel like that was the big thing. Like in the past, there was the Cat Trick and there was Rat Trap.
They'd both be insane now, right?
For a while, Rat Trap was a really, really strong secret, and just right now, the power level of the Hunter secrets are pretty low because people don't really play minions.
Wasn't that also around the time of like Spellstone and Vol'jin? I mean, I'm just not seeing any, apart from Petting Zoo, which is 1 card. It's not always game winning. I don't see any good reason to run secrets at all.
I mean, it's draw from your deck because of the spring trap. Like the spring trap is such, like it does so much in one card.
True.
So you kind of want to build your deck around with running
it's still
secret.
not like it's a completely reactive card. So like I could see running a secret package as like a defensive tools in some kind of like late game like combo deck or like big minion deck or something.
People have been talking about running Spring the Trap in Quest Hunter because it's you have these 5 slots in your deck that you don't really have good cards to put in, and now you could just run Spring the Trap with like small secret package explosive synergizes with your quest, and then you would maybe run the Ice Trap for disruption. I could see that working out. But you wouldn't run the bunker in that deck. Maybe you discover it with the Scorpit, then you take it, but...
Right. Yeah, you can run double Spring the Trap and just run like, I don't know.
2 explosives, 2 Ice Traps.
4 secrets or something, yeah.
Yeah.
You could see that.
Uh...
But back to the bunker, I don't think this card is good enough.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if the Spellstone stuff is good, the Padding Zoo stuff is good. I think that would be a better card for a Padding Zoo deck than the Spring the Trap.
Yeah, but it's just Padding Zoo, really.
Oh, but you also have to cast the secrets. It doesn't put
Yes.
them in play.
Yeah. There's another card, Ram Tamer, but that's really not much of anything.
If you control a secret, gain +1/+1 and stealth. There's also a neutral secret guy that doesn't really see play that's currently in standard.
Sunreaver.
No, a 4/3 that grows with.
Oh yeah. They're saying you're muted, Bunny. Apparently you're muted on the stream or something.
Yeah,
I can hear you.
I did mute myself because I went away for a second. But like the 4/3 is if you have both the anti-spell and the any like anti-attack secret, doesn't matter which one, if it's like Snake Trap or Freezing Trap or whatever, you always make sure that this minion gets buffed. And I played around with this in Paladin at the start, and it felt pretty powerful until, I don't know, it just got kind of overrun by decks that were way better than this with the 2-mana weapon. I could feel like cards like this actually synergize well enough. Don't think it's going to be super strong archetype, but I think it has some upsides.
But the Paladin weapon for the secrets works so much better with a card like the Gossiper than this one does, right? Like this
Yeah, of course, because it curves nicely. This doesn't curve because like the Tamer and the Gossiper both cost 3 mana, and you need to spend an extra mana to play a secret.
To get the same effect, you'd have to spend 4 mana, right?
Mm-hmm. But you get a way better secret, of course.
Yeah. I think it's a 1. I mean, if there was some secret synergy, like Spellstone is still in the game, and this would be significantly better. But
I mean, Petting Zoo is better than Spellstone, right? Potentially.
No, I don't think so.
I would think so, because less mana. But yeah, I mean, I guess you would have to save some secrets in hand.
I mean, with the bunker, you can play the Padding Zoo together with your secrets on turn 5 or something, and then it's very similar to the Spellstone. I think we should talk about the power level of Ice Trap because.
Yeah, let's go. I mean, I'm gonna give the bunker a 2. Because I think it's the.
I mean, with these payoff cards, I think Spellstone's solid.
I think Spring the Trap is a better card than the bunker by a good margin.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Wire and Frozen?
2.
Yeah, I'll give it a. I think I'm gonna give this card a 1.
I'll give it a 2 because 2 mana draw 3 cards is still a good effect.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, Ice Trap is the new Hunter secret, which is a frost spell as well. When your opponent casts a spell, return it to their hand instead. It costs 1 more. So, I mean, it's something in between Omayok and Counterspell. But I feel like if you compare these 3 with each other, this one would be the best card. Because it provides the same tempo that Counterspell provides you, but it's cheaper. And Omayok is not always guaranteed to work in your favor.
Yeah.
Omayog is pretty easily abused by 0 mana cards, I think.
Also, like, say you try and trigger Ice Trap with like coin or something. It basically is Counterspell, right? Because it will go back to your hand, but if it costs 1 more mana, then it's not really useful anymore.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I mean, 0 mana spells are always the way to play around these secrets. That doesn't really change anything. But I don't know, like it seems pretty good to me. Like Counterspell is a bit too expensive. This is just the right spot.
Yeah, I like it. I'll give it a 3.
Yeah, a 3 for me as well. I feel like if you compare this secret to the other Hunter secrets, this would easily be the best secret at the moment.
I'll give it a 2 because like playing this card alone is not good. The only reason it might be good is because of a support card like Spring the Trap, right?
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, it's also insane of the rifle. If you have a board and you play the rifle, it protects your board from your opponent doing shenanigans with your board, which is
it also gives your opponent 1 more secret to think about. Right now, they didn't really need it to play around spells, secrets, which, yeah, makes the rifle a lot better, of course.
You kind of have to rate it based on whether you put it in your deck, though, not get it off the rifle.
Yeah, I mean, I'll put it in my deck because of Spring the Trap.
Yeah.
I mean, I also put it in my deck just because it makes every single other secret that I might potentially play a lot better.
Yeah.
If I don't play it, it's just so much easier for my opponent to play around it. And sometimes you're gonna catch your opponent where he's like, I can't test for this, and then they.
Yeah.
Sometimes the right decision is just to like not play around it, and you just get owned.
Scores?
No.
3.
All right. Ram Tamer.
Ram Tamer, 3-drop, force 3 stats, battle cry if you control a secret, gain +1/+1, and stealth. I mean, maybe.
Yeah, I actually think this card's maybe as well.
Pretty smoky for Hunter.
5/4.
But I think it's pretty maybe as well.
I think it's a 1, honestly.
So you would play a sticky secret on 2, which you're not too happy about playing a secret on 2, and this is your payoff. Like, you don't play a minion on 2, so you can drop this on 3. Then your opponent can't really interact with it. It connects for 5.
That seems so wrong. Why wouldn't I just play Felmo instead then?
Right. And you don't want to play secrets in Face Hunter anyway.
Yeah.
It's an aggressive card that would be good in a deck like Face Hunter, but we're not running secrets in Face Hunter, so.
This seems way too situational for me.
So that's why it's a 1 for me.
And like, I don't think the upside is like. I feel like the upside is not good enough. If I can play a secret into Petting Zoo for 2/3/3s and 3, I feel like I'd be happy with this.
It reminds me so much of the other 3-drop that doesn't see play, the one that is in standard right now. Let me look at the name. Crossroads Gossip. After friendly secret is revealed, gain +2/+2.
And I feel like the Gossiper is better than this.
Is it?
I think
I mean,
so.
maybe it is, but they have like a similar power level in my mind. Yeah, I'll give it a 1. I don't think so.
Same.
Okay, I'll give it a 1 too. Then.
Like, you could just play the 4/2 Jungle Panther. It's like Right.
Okay.
Revive pets, remana, discover a friendly beast that died this game and summon it. So like a res spell for Hunter.
It's like Witching Hour
Right.
for Druid.
But that wasn't discover, that was random. That could whiff.
Sure, that's a good point. So what are
And
we using
also worth to notice is the first nature spell for Hunter. Because we were laughing at Hunter not having any nature spells.
King
So,
Crush combo?
Poke. Definitely.
It's probably like some sort of mama bear combo,
any ideas?
The Rat
realistically.
King? Rhino? No. Moon
Oh.
Fang?
Boar? Deadroy?
Elven board,
Wait.
let's go.
Wasn't Hunter one of the classes that we were theory crafting board decks with?
Yeah, I mean, people have actually played board decks with the Devouring Swarm.
Right, yeah. Yes, let's do that.
Is there any new beast in the neutrals? There's the
Humongous
frozen
owl.
mammoth.
I mean, it's really
Humongous.
it's really good with a card that comes 2 from now, I think. At least theoretically, in something that's more mid-rangey.
The
Your next
mountain bear.
costs 2 less.
No, the Battle Ram.
What's a battle ram?
It's a 4-mana
4
4/3 4/3 rush. Death Rattle your next beast costs 2 less.
Oh, that's a pretty good target to ras.
Yeah, because it has rush, right?
And then you have -4 on the next beast you play, so you want to drop like a big beast, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah,
King Crush.
exactly. That's the problem, is the I don't know part. But we have a lot of beast hunter synergy, right? We have, in principle, we have the draw. With the 1-mana leatherworking kit, and we have the buffs with the group tactics or whatever it's called, banana card. No, don't feed the animals, it's called. And then so we have a bunch of beast synergy, but like it's like where the payoff is, I don't know.
I think this is always going to be bait, right? Like Revive Hunter. Come on.
No, it
Is
wouldn't be Revive Hunter. You just play Beast Hunter and then you just like jam one
Beast
of these. You just jam one of these as well, right?
Beast Hunter, come on.
I was thinking if you could play like build the deck around Tavish, but there's still no good 3-mana beasts that you can summon from your deck.
Tavish, the 3-mana 2/5.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I don't know.
I'll get the
Like-
Lycopium and I'll test it out, but I'm not a believer.
Revive Pet with the Rhino is not too bad, right? Because like you can buff the Rhino with a what's the 2-mana thing called? The Doggy Biscuit. In the same turn you revive it,
But
attack into something.
these cards fundamentally don't go together, though. Like, you want to be done with your game plan by turn 5 if you play a Rhino deck, I think. And if you play a card like this, you want the game to go to turn 8, ideally.
This feels like something Death Star will leave like 2,000 games to test out and make an optimal list. Like with all the beast energy we have, but they're so random and like they feel like very loosely connected to each other, but they're so like we got random we got like the Beast Master where you want to draw a bunch of big beasts. We got like the small beast energy. Everything feels
It's
very weird.
like the
And we got like
Revive
shuffle
Pet.
beast.
The Revive Pet is also very restrictive on your deck building, because there's a lot of cards you can't run because it will just put 1/1s in your resummon pool. I mean, you can discover, but like you're still restricted.
Yeah.
We got like Guardian Animals is a hunter card as well. It's like,
Yeah.
Very weird.
Is it? Have you ever
Like,
seen it?
Not
No.
that bad a card, honestly, but I just want to give it a 1 because
Okay.
it's just one of those cards that never works out.
Yeah.
Mhm.
2 for me.
Okay.
The next one is more interesting, I feel like. We already talked about it. Spring the Trap. 4 mana, deal 3 damage to a minion and cast a secret from your deck. And if you do the honorable kill, it casts 2 secrets from your deck. I mean, you're already happy if you just kill something and pull 1 secret from your deck. And if you hit the upsides, it's of course insane.
Yo.
I
But
wish
yeah,
that could go phased.
as I said, maybe you play this in Quest Hunter with 2 explosives and 2 ice traps, and that's good enough as a package.
Mhm.
Yeah, I like the sound of that.
Yeah, me too.
Also, in Quest Hunter, it's significantly easier to get honorable kills because you have like other ping effects, like 1 or 2 damage dealing
Right.
cards, so it's easy to set up an honorable kill.
And your 0 mana hero power that can also help out.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, I think it fits the deck like a glove. I want to give it
At
a
least
3.
3, yeah.
Same.
Yeah.
Strong 3.
Stormpike, Battle Ram, 4 mana for 3 Rush Beast, Death Rattle, your next beast costs 2 less. And we have the Mountain Bear. I guess those 2 cards are meant to be played together. I don't know. 7 mana Mountain Bear is 5/6 Beast Taunt that has Death Rattle summon 2/2/4 cups with Taunt. So it's like a Void Lord for Hunter.
Yeah, that's a lot of stats.
Mhm.
A lot of stats.
A lot of stats with taunt, that's the thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, since you can like tutor your beasts with stuff like the 1/3, the what's it called, the selective breeder, and
Yeah.
you have the wrangler. Maybe
you can't forget that Jewel of N'Zoth exists too. I mean, that's just with these 2 cards, it's already not bad.
Oh yeah, the Death Rattle stuff. Yeah, I think you can make something happen here. Might not be the strongest strategy, but
I do think that the strategies like this though, they don't beat Warlock obviously, but I think these kind of strategies do beat Quest Warrior, which is like one of the most prominent decks in the game right now. And like they do crumble if you play just too many stats too early against them, because also they're just like a little bit of a uncoordinated pile of stats that at some point runs out of cards. I mean, they have this like obviously this insane boat, but the boat won't deal with like super insane turns like Jewel of N'Zoth if you counter pressure them.
Jewel of N'Zoth. Oh, the 8 mana card.
Yeah.
I think that
Mhm.
it's not that easy for Warlock to clear Mountain Bear, and if it sticks, you have ways to buff it.
Yeah, I'm just saying like I don't. The reason why I said I don't think this is like good enough against Warlock is I don't think Warlock cares too much about the damage he put on board, and they
Yeah,
just
I
do their
want to
own game.
give Revive Pet a bit higher now. Thinking about the Jewel synergy, I think that
Oh,
with the Battle Ram and the Mountain Bear and the Selective Breeder has a solid amount of potential.
Oh, you can put with the revive pet. You can put another Mountain Bear into the pool, and then it resummons 2 Mountain Bears and a Battle Ram, for example.
Yeah, but the only problem is that there are 2 cubs that might dilute, but
No,
I feel like
they're
you'll
not
be
Death
fine.
You
No,
mean the
for
revive pet?
Revive
But-
Pet.
But you have this cover, so you won't
Yeah.
like it will only show 1, 2, 4 cup. So I
Right.
I think it's you should see something that you can pick there.
Okay.
I don't know.
think it's kind of memey. It's kind of sounding a bit memey, but it's at least getting a stronger.
Yeah,
It's moving in the right direction.
I feel like
The fact that it has taunt makes it feel less memey. Like if it was like Savannah High Main stuff like that, then
I still want to just give all of this stuff a 2 because I'm not a true believer in it, even though I'm gonna get baited and definitely play Beast Hunter day 1.
2 is fair for this card.
I like the Mountain Bear, and I like the Battle Ram. I think I'll give 3s to both cards.
same 3s to both.
And then we have the Beast Stalker Tavish, the hero. It's 6 mana, Battlecry, Discover, and cast 2 improved secrets. So it's you just basically add a 1 to every secret, right?
Well, Freezing Trap is 4.
Yeah.
Snake Traps is 2 2s. Improved Pack Tactics is 2 3/3s. Improved Open the Cages is 2 Animal Companions, and yeah, Ice Trap is 2 plus, cost 2 more.
I mean, this is insane tempo, right? If you play the Tavish, like these secrets are really, really good.
Honestly, I think this is the worst hero.
Yeah,
And I think this hero might not see play.
kind of agree.
Ever.
I think the hero power is just so bad.
I think the hero power is. You think the hero power is so bad? Yeah.
I think the hero power
is not great, but I think the Battle Cry is really good. If I compare it to the weapon that has been a staple in every single Hunter deck.
I'm really curious about why this hero power is 3. I mean, yeah, it's an Animal Companion, I get it, but I'm wondering if they. I'm just wondering if they started out with this hero power at 2 mana, and then they were like, it's a little bit too much. Maybe we should make it 3.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do. I can see that if it's 2, it's broken. But at 3,
I think it's 3 for flavor reasons. I don't think it's for balance.
But I think the initial secret is probably good. This is like Deathstalker Rexar. You know how back then in the Death Rattle DH you play Deathstalker Rexar, and sometimes you don't even hero power.
Yeah, just for the AoE because you didn't have other.
Just for the AoE, yeah.
You just play this and you're looking for the explosive trap, and you have
you play this and you just get explosive trap.
You're pretty likely to get it still.
I mean, unless you play against, I don't know, a non-aggro deck, and then you just, I don't know, you look for Ice Trap.
You are against a Druid who wants to cast his alignment, and you just pick the Ice Trap, and you're like, bye-bye, Druid.
And then they have like 15 mana from their hero, and then they play it twice.
They don't care. Unlucky.
Yeah, and then they already have 15 mana already.
I mean, you might be right that this is the worst hero. I haven't really thought about it yet, but I still think it's a good card. And I think it will go in a lot of Hunter decks. I don't think it goes in Quest Hunter, but the other decks will want to run it, I feel like.
It's probably good enough just because of Explosive Trap.
I think it's hard to rate a hero card unplayable. Like,
there's
always going to be some potential, but
this is like I think this is the worst.
Yeah,
I would agree. Yep.
I'll still give it a 4.
I'll give it a 3. I'll give it a 3, not a 4.
And then the last card is the legendary 9 mana 5/4 Wing Commander Ickman. Battlecry, summon a beast from your deck and give it rush. If it kills a minion this turn, repeat. I thought about Katrina when I saw this card, because like you don't need to recruit that many beasts. Like if it just recruits a Devil's or King Crush, then it's probably already good in such a deck.
I think this is way worse than Katrina.
It is worse, of course, but
Infinity.
Katrina was also super busted. And it's also hard right now to imagine someone building a deck around a 9 mana card.
I think it's terrible, honestly.
Yeah.
Oh, but Dedra, have you thought about pulling all your boss from your deck?
I can't give it a 2.
No. I mean, yeah, potentially you get a lot of stats and clear a lot of the board, potentially, but just don't see it happening.
Bunny is muted, by the way, if he is talking to us.
I don't think he was.
I'll give it a 2.
I'll give the commander 1.
Yeah, same.
Okay. Mage?
Yep.
Theodore, you
So-
want to take it?
Yeah, okay, cool. And you, you can write this stuff in prison. Thanks.
Yep.
Okay. Shivering Sorceress, 1 mana 2/2 minion. Battle Cry, reduce the cost of the highest cost spell in your hand by 1. I mean, it's very good, right? 1 mana 2/2 alone is already kind of a playable card, potentially. But there's an upside, which is pretty good, so... Yeah. I don't know what it goes in, though. That's the problem.
Some deck that doesn't only run flow.
Yeah.
I mean, it will run minions, right? But what mage deck runs minions? The big spell mage?
Probably.
Yeah, that's probably what you want this in.
So you would like cheat mana on a 9 or 10 mana spell most times?
Yeah, I mean, just discount your Ruin of the Archmage, I guess. And then you just throw this in for the mana cheating, but also just a little bit of tempo to get you through the early game.
Is that worth a slot?
I mean, I think it might be. Whether that is a good deck or not, I don't know. And I don't think you're not going to play this in like a Mizaki Mage or something, right? So,
No.
which is obviously the number 1 Mage deck of all time.
Of all time.
Yeah.
Well, I saw on Twitter today that you just stopped playing minions against it, so...
Oh, true. Fair enough.
I have a hard time seeing a mage deck where this fits in, I have to say. Like, it's obviously not a terrible card, but... Playing this on 1 to save a mana turn 9 or turn 8.
But I do think that in the flow mage, maybe you just play this, honestly.
What, you mean Mizaki Mage?
Yeah.
Might actually just be fine, actually. Because
I don't know.
you might need some minions on board to interact with some of the new neutrals that they revealed.
The one big upside of running this card is to activate Siphon Mana. That's what I'll say. If you're gonna run it in that deck, that is the only really good reason I could see for it. Because
so you target your own shit with the Siphon Mana.
Yeah, like if you're in a combo mirror, it's really hard to get a Siphon Mana to go off, right?
Yeah.
Really difficult. I guess you could discover like a lab partner and that would do it too, but...
So, similar to how Quest Mage is running the Wand Thief to...
Yeah.
Like, that 1 minion in your deck.
Right. I mean, I wouldn't want to play this card for many other reasons in that deck, though, because it's not a spell. It messes up your spring water. It doesn't benefit from flow.
To me, it feels like a 1 mana 2/2 is just not a good Hearthstone card anymore.
I think there will come some cards later in this review that is gonna have us rethinking a lot of what we're currently doing in Hearthstone. And I think that this card will be a good tool for Mage. So I mean, I'm gonna give this a 3 because I think it'll be good, and we'll be switching Mage archetypes. But that's just my prognosis. I can be completely wrong.
I think it also seems like a 3 at least. Yeah.
Okay, then I'll give it a 2, because I would have given it a 1. The next card I like more.
Yeah. Amplified Snow Flurry. Battle Cry, your next hero power costs 0 and freezes the target. Interesting.
King
It's,
Mage.
Just a cracked version of Frozen Shadow Weaver.
True.
And like, turn 1 Wildfire, turn 2 you ping.
Mhm.
I like this card. I'm just gonna give it a 3 and move on. And then I'm gonna just let the deck
Same.
lose to the rest.
Same, but I don't think it's that good.
I feel like Mage was just lacking a way to freeze enemy faces. Like, usually you just frostbolted an enemy. And now without having that, you were always weak to weapon swings to your face.
It's so good against Pirate Warrior and the 3/3 that like bullies your board.
Yeah.
It's so good against Weapon Rogue. I mean, I just like the idea of freezing a big minion. I don't know.
I like the idea of freezing a face.
Yeah, that one I like a lot more actually. Like all the Einstein decks hitting you in the face all the time.
Feldiage? Nope. You don't swing with your lifesteal weapon.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I like the flexibility of it that you can
All
play
right.
on 2 and just
Wait.
wait until it's good.
Yeah.
I'll give it a 3 too, yeah.
Initially, when I saw this card, I didn't like it, but yeah, you guys
We
are kind of
convinced
talking.
you?
I don't know, like I don't think Hero Power Mage is that good, but I guess it could fit into other mages.
I just like the idea of freezing things, especially being able to freeze faces. That
Yeah.
one gets me very, very excited.
And if they print more elemental synergy, we could go back to that sort of thing potentially, and this is just good support. But yeah.
Mhm.
Anyway, next card, Siphon Mana. 2 mana arcane spell, deal 2 damage, honorable kill, reduce the cost of spells in your hand by 1. Nutty.
Octobot?
Nutty, yeah.
It seems insane, actually.
Broken.
Are they nerfing flow again?
I think so, yeah.
Wait, really?
Are they?
Yeah, it's only spells in your hand now. Up.
Yeah.
I mean, they're
Uh,
not, but
No.
this card seems sick.
It also goes face, so more
Well, what
burn
did you
for
guys
the
rate for the
Mozaki
last
Mage.
card? What did you guys rate for the last card? 3s?
3, yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah, the fact that it goes face is definitely relevant.
Mm-hmm.
And I just think it's pretty easy to set up honorable kills in Mage. You know, you have like your hero power, you have other 2 mana things, you have spell damage. It's easy to get to the right breakpoint that you need. The only problem is like, what if your opponent is playing a combo deck and they don't run any minions? But
Mozaki Mage loves this card, right?
for sure, yeah. But he's probably going to see play in other decks too. I mean,
yeah.
Just discover a minion, kill it with Talnos and kill your own. Oh, wait, that doesn't work.
No, it would have. I think you can discover a lab partner, and that would be an honorable kill.
Yeah, for sure.
Maybe there's some other ones, but like, okay, guild trader, I guess.
That's a bit expensive.
Yeah.
But the lab partner synergy I like.
I mean, your opponent's gonna also play minions at one point, right?
I mean,
Well,
it just depends on the meta, I guess.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah. It's a 3 for me.
It's a 4 for me.
4 for me.
4 for me.
Okay.
Then we are building a snowman.
Okay, can we move on from the snowman?
Oh.
No, wait. One thing though. Quest Mage. Frost
exactly.
spell for Quest Mage.
It's pretty.
Yeah, but the second part costs 6 mana. And they nerfed Quest Mage to 2 spell damage.
Yeah, I just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah. I mean, 1.
1.
Okay.
One, yeah.
Well, what is the final snowman? I don't actually.
9/9. It's a
9/9. It's a
9/9.
Snogre. I'm just moving this along because we're already 2 hours in.
I hope it says Snoga Snogger.
Okay, next card.
Yeah.
Arcane Brilliance. Add a copy of a 7, 8, 9, and 10 mana spell to your hand. Okay.
It's almost like we've seen this card before.
Yeah.
Wait, in what class was that?
There was a Druid card which I think drew you a 7, 8, 9 cost card.
That was the Recruit Druid, right? With the Master O card.
No, I don't think.
It was like a watermelon or something. Spicy
Yes.
melon.
I think, yeah. Somebody in here has got to know in chat. Somebody in chat knows everything.
Or like the meta game it was in? Or
Spicy Spell Melon.
Yeah.
Juicy Psych Melon.
Juicy Psych Melon, yeah.
And what
So
did it
what-
do? I think it drew a 7, 8, 9, not a 10. Or something like
Drew a
that.
10 too.
I think it's drew a 10 too. I remember overdrawing with that card all the time. Back then.
Okay.
All
Alright.
So, I mean, I don't know if there's enough synergy for this. Like, what big spell synergy?
Oh,
is
there definitely is enough synergy. But
what's enough? It has to be a lot.
I mean, there definitely is if you want to build it nowadays with the new set. But if it's good enough.
It
Yeah.
seems to me like this will usually not draw 4 cards because you don't really want to run 8 mana spells. Those are kind of weak, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. I mean, you yeah.
Yes.
Possibly.
And then it's also weird with the 10 mana spell, because the 10 mana spell you don't want to draw the spells from your deck before casting that.
Right. It would be like you run maybe one Ice Blood Tower, and then you run like a couple Rune of the Archmage, and maybe some Flame Strike or a Mask or something like that.
I
mean-
think this entire archetype is just a meme archetype.
Yeah.
But now
I
that
think the rune might be so broken that you just play the Arcane Brilliance to draw your rune, and that's it.
It is a
No
copy,
way.
by the way.
No,
You
I
don't
think.
draw the actual spells from your deck.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
I think 20
Oh yeah,
mana runs
so
out.
it does make Ice Blood Tower a lot better since it is a copy.
Yeah. So that point is not valid. That you don't want to draw the spells. It doesn't draw them. Yeah, I still don't like the card. I don't want to cast 4 mana.
Yeah, same. It was ridiculously slow.
Yeah. The only upside with this is that you can play this together with a 2 mana weapon, the Celestial Ink set, and then when you play this, one of the cards you're going to draw or copy, by playing this, you're gonna get a tick of the ink set, you get one of these done, and you can play one of the spells next turn.
I forgot about the ink set.
If there were like 7 or 8 mana cards that were as good as, like, I think the new 9 mana card seems very good. If there are other cards like that, then maybe the archetype could be real. But you don't care about casting like a Mask of Cthulhu or something, Flame Strike really early.
Yeah, you.
I also the thing is, I want to play the hero, and is this good with the hero? Like you kind of.
No.
Well, it could be okay, but it does overdraw you. But it might, like, yeah, the hero literally gives you 4 cards, at least.
The hero
if you play
recasts a spell from each spell school you've cast this game.
So you're never gonna run out of cards in this deck.
Yeah, what does that have to do with the hero though? I feel like the hero isn't relevant to these cards.
You don't want to play the hero in the big spell mage?
I mean, you could, but it doesn't synergize particularly well. Like the hero is meant to be synergizing with like playing multiple spell schools. And
yeah, but like you probably play this in like the big spell mage, and you probably just have to have a like you're gonna play Arcane Brilliance, and then you're gonna get everything, a copy of everything, which I think might be okay.
I think all of this sounds pretty bad.
Alright, I'm gonna give it 2 and move on. And then we'll test
Yeah. It's either gonna be really broken or like really trash, but I can't. I feel like Blizzard.
Broken.
I think it just depends on how good the rune is. If the rune ends the game when you cast it, you want to tutor it from your deck because it's your win condition. And if that's the case, then the card is a 3. If it's not the case, it's a 1 for me.
Okay.
Alright,
So maybe I just give it a 2 to have an average.
okay.
Sure. Okay.
The next card might be better at tutoring the rune anyway.
Belinda Stonehearth. Battlecry, draw 2 spells, swap their costs with this minion's stats. So you draw 2. Okay, I mean that's pretty good, I would say. I don't know.
So they all become 5 mana cards.
Yeah.
Can we play Turtle Mage with the parrot? Because the potion costs 5 mana if you draw it from this.
Wait, what?
You cast potion and then the parrot repeats the potion.
The parrot.
The 8 mana parrot.
Mage parrot?
Oh.
The one that we get in the mini set that we just ignored existed.
Like, I don't know if it would even work because it's a buffed spell. Maybe the parrot looks at the base cost, not the buffed cost.
I think it would work. I'm
Yeah, I
pretty sure
think
it would
work too.
be terrible though, as a deck, but it's an interesting idea. It's like imagine playing Turtle Mage where you also
Can
have
you-
to play legendary and
Do you know if
Potion of Illusion first.
do you know if for these towers you can like have 2 of them at the same time? Like you can play a tower and you play another
No
tower,
idea.
or is it just
Probably.
one?
I think the towers would stack. Oh man, you just don't need to spend mana anymore with the parrot.
I mean, if this archetype is real, it would be because of this legendary, right? This seems like the best support that they've printed for big spell mage.
I mean, there already exists good support. They have a 7 mana 4/5 that casts the highest cost spell from your hand.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yeah,
already in the game. That might actually just be better than this because it already doesn't let you sit around for another turn.
And you got
I
the
don't
ink
think
set
it's-
too.
Because like
The
you
ink-
need to have the card in your hand. This tutors your spells, and
Yes.
then it comes down a turn earlier, so you still end up playing the spell on turn 7. Like, I think you could
it's a-
run both of them, but
It's a pretty big 6 drop if it draws one of your big spells.
Yeah, and then it draws a small one, and then it's a 10-2. Congratulations.
Well, don't run small spells. Only run
don't-
big spells. So this minion is always big when you play it.
Hmm.
yeah. And then you
Okay.
need to run a lot of minions somehow, which would be interesting. I'm gonna give it
Yeah,
a 3.
I'm gonna give it 2.
2.
2. Right.
Okay. Mass Polymorph.
7 mana arcane spell, transform all minions into a sheep. 1/1
Meh. To help the druid, right? Because it summons sheep for him,
Yeah.
which are beasts.
Is this transform a summon?
No.
I don't know,
it would not
actually.
work, but anyway. Question is it the playable card, yes or no?
This counters the entire slow hunter deck that we were thinking about with the jewel, and it counters like the priest decks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you know what?
Every
I think
death
I'd
rattle based deck.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
6 mana less.
I remember how good the mass polymorph potion from Kazakus was. You could just put it in your deck now if the meta game calls for it.
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah,
So-
you can say if the metagame calls for it, but I feel like it's definitely not going to call for this. It's way too expensive, I feel like.
Give it a 2. It's a tech card.
Yeah, same.
Mhm.
Then the hero.
Magister Dawngrasp, 8 mana, Death Knight, Battlecry, recast a spell from each spell school you've cast this game.
Oh yeah.
I don't like this.
Did you know that Mask of Cthulhu is the only shadow spell?
Yeah.
So this shoots them in the face.
Wait.
You can get 4 Frost,
recast.
Arcane,
Oh, I'm stupid. Okay, so
Fire.
Oh, never.
It's-
I'm totally
It's
missing this.
definitely pretty solid.
I was thinking it was cast a random spell from the same spell school. It's not though.
No,
Okay.
you can control which spells it casts.
You cannot recast Rune of the Archmage, fortunately.
Yeah, but
unfortunately,
this you play this to clear the board so that your rune goes face next turn.
genius.
Yeah. And I mean, I guess Deep Freeze, Flame Strike, Mask of Cthulhu, and an Arcane spell. I don't know.
Like it could just cast an ice barrier, for example, to heal. Then it casts flame strike to clear the board.
No, you mask
I don't know.
polymorph first, and then you play. Then you play the fire sale, and then you Mask of Cthulhu. And it never messes up the order, actually.
Copium.
Copium. I mean, I think the card's nice. I'm just gonna give it a 3. I don't know, this hero power, deal 1 damage, gain honorable kill. So I guess if you honorable kill something for 1, it then deals 3, and then 5, and at that point I guess it's really difficult. I mean, I guess if it does 5, it's gonna be really hard to honorably kill anything. So we just point it at our opponent's face instead.
You don't need to run Wildfire anymore in Ping Mage. You just play Dawn Grasp now.
I think in the tournaments, Mage is gonna have like an insane control deck versus the aggros.
Mm-hmm.
Like there has to be an insane control deck.
They
to
have
build all this
so
stuff.
much life gain now with the Ice Barriers and the new 4-drop that gains armor.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's also a new 3-drop that's basically a 3-mana Shield Maiden.
It might lose to everything that OTKs potentially, but
well, they have to OTK you before you cast your 9-mana spell because they die. Because the OTK decks don't have minions on the board.
Jesus.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I mean,
why are we assuming that the Ruin of the Archmage just kills people? Like it's all random, right? Like
well, there is a card that's called Prime. I don't know what the name actually is.
Yeah,
remember that card?
Yeah,
That sometimes casts 5 mana worth of stuff, and then it was bad. But if it casts 20 mana worth of stuff, I think if the opponent doesn't have minions on the board, they die a lot of the times.
the wording on this card is kind of interesting. We're moving on to the Rune of the Archmage, right?
Yeah, I just give this a 3. The Magister. I'll move on.
Well,
the wording is kind of interesting. Like, is it possible that it only casts spells that hit enemies, or is that? I'm assuming that's not. It's just random.
That sounds like fake news to me.
So
yeah,
it's random.
The wording is different than it is on like Prime.
What I'm interested in is if it can cast itself. Like
no. There's no way it can.
But Yogbox could cast itself at the beginning, and then they fixed that.
There's no way that they do this.
There's no way.
0%. They took that out of the game entirely.
Okay.
Yeah.
This card has to cast spells that target enemies. Is that true?
Yeah, we really need to know that. I feel like if that's true, then...
I mean, most spells can target enemies, except for like Potion of Illusion and Secrets.
So, if that is true and they don't have minions on the board, that means it only casts spells that target their face, am I right?
Yeah.
I can't believe it. That's not the case.
It'll definitely be able to cast stuff like First Flame and Devolving Missiles, even if your opponent doesn't have minions on board, for sure.
I think it's almost
for sure.
Prime, right? It's just the same card.
For sure.
It always casts 5 flurries for 0 mana, so...
Anyways, it's a 4. It's a 4 for me. This is just...
It just looks so stupid.
I mean, come on.
Come on.
And then I'm gonna play it and get double Ice Blood Tower. Although maybe that's not bad.
It's
And then you get another
Ah.
Rune of Archmage.
The Ice Blood Tower is also good. It casts your Mask of Cthulhu from your deck, so then the Dawngrasp recasts it.
True. All right, moving on to Ice Blood Tower.
yeah.
10 mana spell at the end of your turn. Cast another spell from your deck. It lasts 3 turns. How do we play this? I mean, I'm thinking it's pretty good if you get it off of Belinda. There's no other.
Oh yeah.
Otherwise, it's going to be way too slow every time.
I mean,
There's the
you
7
can
drop.
reduce it. Yeah, there's
Oh,
the ink set as well. There's also the ink set.
Right.
True. I don't really like either of those cards too much, though. I mean, the 7 drop, like 7 mana, play a 4/5. I guess it's at the end of your turn. That's true. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right.
You can get
Probably
this
fine.
from Luna's Pocket. No, what's it called? Deck of Lunacy.
Luna's Pocket Galaxy.
Instead of Survival of the Fittest and Nagrand Slam.
Mm.
They added a 10 mana spell now.
Oh, true. Yeah, I mean, maybe there's barely enough synergy for it to be okay.
I mean, it's probably gonna go into big spell mage stuff.
Wait,
right?
how many 9 mana cards are there? 9
There's,
mana spells.
well, the Paladin one that we already had, and that's it.
Mhm.
Is there like a Pocket Galaxy deck?
Deck of Lunacy.
Deck of Lunacy deck that'll just be good because you just run
6 mana spells?
6 mana spells.
Which 6 mana spells are you gonna run?
Is there
No,
not many 6
no.
mana spells?
There's no 6 mana spells. There's only 7 mana spells that you can just count by one with flow.
Oh.
Oh, so sad.
Someone says Lunacy makes a comeback with Rune.
Yeah, but you have to flow first and then Lunacy.
It's fine.
Well, if you're from the EU region, you'll do that every game.
It's 2.
I'll give it a 2, and then we'll go to Paladin because we still have 6 more classes, I believe.
I'll give it a 3. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
I
2
need
for Bunny.
AFK for
3
like
for
5
me.
minutes, and I'll add my scores in for Paladin after. Okay.
Yep.
BRB.
Okay.
So you're gonna do the scoring, Frozen?
Yeah, I've been doing the scoring.
Anyways, okay.
This card I haven't seen yet. Draw a minion. Restore health to your hero equal to its cost. It's a holy spell, which is kind of nice, but also kind of bad. Depending on how you look at it.
I mean, drawing minions was always good in Libram Paladin, right?
Yes, but you have the problem with Libram Paladin is that if you play the deck, you kind of want to go 1-drop and then connect a 2 mana spell on it. Also, I really don't think you want. You're gonna need to run a certain number of 1-drops. It's kind of bad with this. I give this a 2 because there might be an archetype for it, but it's definitely not one that's existing already. Yeah, I can't see it.
Yeah, I'll give it a 1.
It's way better ways of tutoring minions. If you want to tutor minions, you want to tutor cheaper minions, so you can actually get the payoff of the banana.
I don't know if there's like a big paladin that would maybe run this, but I feel like if you put this in your deck, you always want it to heal you for a lot. Like just 2 mana draw a minion is not very good, but if you heal for a lot at the same time, then maybe the card is good.
Alright. Next up, 3 mana hold the bridge. Give a minion plus 2/1 and divine shield. It gains lifesteal until end of turn. It's a holy spell as well.
Doesn't seem necessary for Paladin. Like, I don't feel like lack of heal is a weakness of Paladin.
Yeah. I mean, like, I've recently not been super happy with Hand of Adult. But I mean, I guess it does provide card draw.
It's a big buff, right? +2/+1 and Divine Shield.
Yeah,
like
the Divine Shield part's pretty nice, but it's like it doesn't curve too well with your 1-drops. It is holy, so it gets drawn by Knight of the Anointment, which
it reminds me a bit of Ziliax, like just you have to have a minion on the board that can attack, or maybe on a rush minion, like magnetizing with Ziliax.
This plus some Muro and we get Apotheosis back.
No, that doesn't work, because Divine Shield, it wouldn't work on the...
Yeah, because it never gets damaged. Unlucky.
But it gives me Ziliax vibes. But I don't know if Paladin needs that.
They do to some extent, but yeah, I have the feeling that Paladin had bigger problems being able to actually stick their stuff on board in the first place, at least in the current meta. And then, I mean, I guess if you can reliably get the Noble Mount off, then this is pretty good, because it just reduces the what is it called? The Devout Pupil. So that's pretty good, but I'll give it a 2 because I don't really see where this is really going.
Same.
2.
Yeah, Satan the Scarlet Rush, 3 mana 2/2. Whenever this minion gains attack or health, double that amount. Who has Rush? I didn't see it had Rush before. So I talked about this card before.
Whenever this minion gains attack or health, double that amount. So it would also happen in your hand with hand buffs.
Yes, but the thing is, like, if you play Banana Man on this, right, it's a 4/4 rush. But if you would have just buffed the normal 3/3 rush, you would have also gotten a 4/4 rush. At what point I'm like, I'm not playing 3/3 rushers in my deck, so what am I doing with this?
If people play big minions, then it's pretty good with the 3 mana spell Righteous Defense. Like you eat the stats from a minion on their side, and then it makes this a huge minion.
This card's just good, right? Or
I
No?
like it too. I think.
I
I don't know what other ways you have to buff it though. Like,
I mean, my problem is like how much buffing do I need to do for this to be good? Because if I buff this by 1, it's still bad. Like it's still
it works.
No, but it's a 3 mana 4/4 if you buff it once, right?
Yeah, but so would be a 3 mana 3/3 rush, which we would never ever be talking about playing.
I think Libram Paladin would love this card.
You know,
just having
that
another
Paladin
rush.
deck? Sorry, but you know that Paladin deck that was in the beginning of the meta that was really good with the Divine Shields and like the minions and the Prismatic Jewel.
Yes.
Hand buff.
Yeah.
I mean, like in a Jewel Kit Paladin, I would surely play this because it's a really good payoff card for that. But I need 2 Jewel Kit procs for this card to be worth it. Or 1 Jewel Kit and 1 Banana Man.
Or you just play High Lord and then it hits this card and then it's just literally +10/+10.
Someone says Blessing of Authority.
I mean, yeah, if you stick it, the card's insane. I mean, I guess I can see this card being played just because sometimes it comes down as a 3/3 or like it becomes down as a 4/4. Your opponent can't remove it. You stick any buff on it, and all the decks that don't have single target removal just explode.
Yeah, you're playing like a Lyman Druid, and this you can't kill this. You just concede the game.
Pretty much. I mean, maybe the upside is just big enough that like it doesn't work out often enough, but when it does, your opponent explodes, and that's then a good card.
Hold on, the spell we just reviewed with the lifesteal, that also works pretty well on this card.
That's 6 mana, you know.
It's solid.
Yeah, 6 mana, but you also have a way to reduce your holy spells.
Yeah, I'll give it a 3, and then I mean, I'm not really sure.
Yeah, I also take a 3.
I think it's one of the best Paladin cards. I'm gonna give it a 4.
I'm back. I'll give it a 3 too.
Okay.
All right, Stonehearth Vindicator.
Battlecry, draw a spell that costs 3 or less. It costs 0 this turn.
Oh.
I mean, this card I really like. Because
What spell
Why?
do we want to draw?
I want to draw my Noble Mount. I want to draw my Noble Mount and stick it on this guy. I have a 4/2 with Divine Shield that spawns a 1/1. I'm not getting bullied off board ever again.
That's sweet.
Noble Mount is such an insane card, actually, in being able to stick something. It's so important for a lot of Paladin cards to be able to stick something. But yeah. You wouldn't be allowed to run stuff like City Tax then. Hand of Adult is also not good enough. Liberal Wisdom is not good enough. It's just literally only be Righteous Defense.
It came out in the mini set.
Oh yeah, the
It's not too bad.
yeah, but it's like it doesn't really do that well with this on curve, right?
It might be okay, but yeah.
Like the Hunter plays a 1-drop, buffs it with Doggy Biscuit, then you play this and
You can also run. You can also run Gift of Luminance. It's insane.
Is that insane? I guess it's alright.
You have a 3/1 Divine Shield and a 1/1 Divine Shield.
not too bad.
Pretty solid.
But
I mean, it's
like
good,
not
but
worth
you
it.
don't run Gift in your deck just for the possible payoff of this.
I mean, I think Gift of Luminance is pretty solid in general.
I just like
You could
Because
also just draw the wife with it.
What's the wife?
Man cricket.
Oh.
That's a good one.
Yeah, I mean, like,
2-mana spells and then you play Mancrik.
the only problem that I have is if you get Hand of Adal. I mean, sure, yeah, you get a 3-mana 5/2 that draws you a card.
Not terrible.
I mean, the only thing that this does do is like I think it's pretty bad with Libram of Wisdom, but it sets up for a really good parrot on turn 4. Like you'll always have, I think you'd only have targetable spells that are like good buffs. You would play it with this, and then you guarantee that you have a nutty parrot on 4.
I have a question. If you discounted Librams, would this be able to draw a Libram of Justice from your deck?
Yes. Like if you, yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, or Libram of Hope, even if you discount by 6.
It's okay. Not amazing. Seems like a 2.
Yeah, I'll be down with it too.
Yeah.
Alright, next up, Dun Balder Bridge. After you summon a minion, give it +2/+2 last 3 turns. I have no idea.
Satan.
Way too slow, I think.
Feel like this costs way too much mana, and the payoff is too slow.
Dude,
I mean, wait, you play this on 4 and then on 5 you summon all the dudes?
Yeah.
Big board.
Yeah.
And you keep summoning dudes.
No. I mean, like,
I mean,
a
why
good
not?
payoff card for like Wonder Paladin, but.
You play this, and then you do stuff on 5, do stuff on 6. On turn 7, you play Party Up.
It's so much. It's so many stats over time. Like,
Yeah.
I don't think this card is to be underestimated.
Yeah, and if you play this and then you play the Scarlet next turn to come back on board, it literally just straight up gives it +4/+4. It's 3-mana 6/6 rush.
Insane. You mean the 7-mana 6/6 rush? Because you had to set it up over 2 turns?
Well, and then you have like Catacomb Guard, and it's just deal 3 lifesteal. That's not that good, but
Jumper, get out of my head.
it also you play like Bannerman on 3, and then you play this on 4, and
then you're dead because you passed turn 3 and 4.
I mean, Paladin passes on turn 4 anyways most times.
I mean, I guess it might be okay. It's good with some Muro.
I think eventually with Party Up, I mean 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, like you can play Party Up for the last proc and end the game.
You're just casting an Arbor up for like 3 turns. I mean, a bit less, but
I don't believe in it.
these cards that last for 3 turns, if the effect is like they can be slow, but if the effect is really powerful, you get so much out of them.
I mean, it works
So-
if you trade anything in, you get a death rattle off. But that's not happening that often, I guess.
Good with rush minions in general.
No noble mount, I guess.
Yeah, I was thinking Noble Mount again. If you get the second half traded, you play this. You get a 3/3 Divine Shield, which is still lots of tempo on that turn, but you would have a pretty nice payoff the turn after.
Put a 3 for me.
Just, I'll put it at 2 because like it's just I don't see it.
Someone says it doesn't work on turn 7. I think it does. So end of turn 4. Oh, maybe it doesn't work on turn 7.
4,
No,
No,
4,
no, it
5,
doesn't.
6.
Yeah,
6. Yeah, it doesn't work on 7. Party
you're
up.
right. So you only really get 2 turns of it then, I'm assuming.
And it kind of like forces you into specific plays depending on what your opponent has done in the turn that you've taken off, which is something else. Like you might not be able to get the payoff because your opponent be like, "This is a nice board. You can't play your payoff card because I'm gonna hit you in the face." And you're like, "Okay, I'll oblige."
Yeah, but you're always gonna play rush minions, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Or
And then
like-
obviously it's insane with Samuro, yeah.
I mean, it's not like if you're only playing one like Samuro, like, and then maybe 1 or 2 minions the turn after, I don't think it's good enough. It would have to be a board full of tokens. So it might just be a 1, honestly.
Alright, next up we have this card I haven't seen before either. It's a 5 mana
wanna give it
3/2
3.
weapon.
Wire?
Sorry.
What?
Just say the scores first.
I said 3.
Oh, okay.
5 mana 3/2 weapon. Death Rattle summon the lowest cost minion in your hand.
Oh, that's the big Paladin stuff.
Yeah.
Warrior had a weapon like that in the past for their big deck, right? It was from the deck though. That was a legendary 8 mana weapon.
Yeah, but that
Yes.
was way better, I think.
The problem is that this, yeah, it summons from your hand, so you can kind of decide what you want to play, but you lose a lot of battle cries. Like all the battle cry values certain cards might have, you would be losing those.
What I like about this in a big deck is that it doesn't prevent you from running a card like Baroth in your deck. Like Warrior always had to cut these utility cards.
Yeah, you can just play them before, right? And then
Yeah. Or you don't have them in hand when you want to do your cheat.
Yeah. Yeah, it has some flexibility for big cards, but like we'll get to the potential payoff cards later. So I mean, let's evaluate the payoff cards first.
Okay.
And then get back to it at the end. Yeah, alright. 5 mana Protect the Innocent. Summon a 5/5 defender with taunt. If your hero is healed this turn, summon another. I don't like this card at all. I don't really understand what it does. I'm gonna give it a 1. I feel like healing my hero is pretty difficult.
Yeah, I'll give it a 1 as well.
It only works with the 3 mana weapon, the 3 mana lifesteal weapon. That can only attack minions.
True Silver Champion as well, but that's not a playable card.
I feel like this is no.
I guess it would work with lifesteal minions if you stick one, but
Yeah, that's so cringe.
Or like the
Yeah.
hammer, but the hammer doesn't see any play.
If you think about it, Warrior has this taunt that it summons, the split taunt, and that's an easier condition to meet, and it's not even that great. So 1 for me.
Yeah, same. Alright, then we have Light Forged Carriel, 7 mana, Batcry, deal 2 damage to all enemies, so just cast Consecration. Equip a 2/5 immovable object, which is a weapon that doesn't lose durability, and your hero takes half damage rounded up. And you get a new hero power, which is 2 mana, give a random minion in your hand +4/+4.
That's pretty sweet with the Scarlet.
Absolutely insane.
I feel like this is completely insane. I feel like this immovable object,
ridiculous.
when you play against combo decks or whatever, and you suddenly don't have 25 HP, but you get 5 armor and this object, and you suddenly have 60 HP out of nowhere.
Yeah.
That's a problem.
I mean, yes and no, because they could just tech Viper if that becomes a thing in the metagame, and then
It
they
doesn't
just
lose
laugh
their
at it.
ability, no?
Well, you can destroy the weapon, I would assume.
Yes. Yes.
And like that was the same reason why Warrior couldn't win against OTK Demon Hunter with Bulwark, because they would just Viper your Bulwark, and they do the same against this hero. Like they know it's in your deck, they just hold their Viper.
Does
and then you still
the
die.
Vipers destroy this?
Yeah, I think so.
For sure.
I mean, if it doesn't, then okay, it's good, but
No. You can't. The thing is, like, Viper for sure will kill this, but you won't be able to destroy it with like the pirate, the 1/2 pirate, which is whatever. Who cares? I'm pretty sure you can.
you want to run that card.
You can't
You
just
want-
look at any weapon and be like, oh, you know, the Viper exists. This card isn't good, you know.
No, I'm just saying the argument that it's good against combo decks I don't think is true, but
Yeah,
I think it's good against aggro decks.
I mean, it's still good against combo decks, like to force them to have a Viper, or if they're playing like Mizaki Mage, right, or something like that. That is never really going to run Vipers.
I mean, like 7 is like late, but you still gain 10 HP with this. Even if you play against an aggressive deck, you consecrate the board and you gain 10 HP at least. Right? Because the 5 armor is also gonna.
And it has a nutty hero power.
Yeah, I agree with those things. The battle cry is really strong. I'm just saying that the weapon is not gonna protect you from the combo decks.
I mean, okay, it's bad against instances of 1 damage at a time, because 1 rounded up, half rounded up is still 1. But
I don't really love the hero power. I mean, are you playing this in like hand buff Paladin is generally a mid-rangey or aggressive deck, right? And this card seems too slow. Like you're not gonna run this.
I mean, this is more slow controllers, but you would definitely. I would imagine you would jump
you would
in
still
Libram
run
Pala.
it. I think this is very similar. This is like literally Rexar. You played Rexar in mid-range Hunter, right?
You mean in Death Battle DH?
Wait, it doesn't give you
Or
value.
Rexar like back then, like the old Rexar hero.
Yeah.
Deathstalker Rexar.
It's like, yeah.
But that card helped you when you were running out of cards. This doesn't.
It was also played in decks where you only played it for the consecration effect.
Yeah.
I think
but
that's...
Paladin has access to AoE, so it's a bit different.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, I like the card, but I mean, I don't think it's like super broken or anything. I give it a 4, like all the DKs, but.
I mean, I feel like Paladin has enough access to Divine Shield minions that profit a lot from the sand buff, so you turn everything that is kind of mech to something that's insane.
Yeah, a lot of times you're holding like Samuro or something as well.
Yeah, the hero.
It's a random minion though. That's a problem.
But I'm assuming your other minions a lot of times have a instant payoff as well, like Rush or something.
I'll give it a 3 because I think just the immovable object is insane.
I think a lot of these heroes can outstat like Quest Warrior.
Yes.
You know?
I mean, Paladin already does that. Like
Paladin was already good against that deck. I mean, this card obviously is an upgrade for Libram Paladin. I mean, nobody questions the inclusion of this card in Libram Paladin, right?
I mean, like, it's already struggling with having too many expensive cards with Varian and stuff like that, but yeah. I guess the card would just be good. You just run, like, you just cut something else.
You can just drop the Varian now. It's not that great of a card.
It's a lot of gas, but I guess so is this card.
Yeah.
Alright, I mean, I'll give it a 3. I think it's pretty good.
We didn't get ratings for the weapon, I don't think.
No, but we're gonna be at the end. Because, like,
sure.
it summons the... Yeah, you need to look at the big minions.
Right. I think most of the good big minions will be neutrals, though, but sure.
The brass swing.
Yeah, I just wasn't sure if you'd already given your ratings for the carrier, but yeah. 8 mana, 9/7 Brasswing. At the end of your turn, deal 2 damage to all enemies. Honorable kill. Restore 4 health to your hero. I kind of like this card. It seems really strange to me, but
I think this is terrible. I'm just gonna give it a 1.
it's kind of hard to find a situation where this is playable, but it's end of the turn effect, and it's a dragon.
So. To resummon with Nazoth.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about.
Yeah. I think this card would be much better if it dealt 1 to all enemies, and you can combo off the quality type cards. And you can combo off of the 3 mana card.
Oh, because then it doesn't heal you. I see what you're saying.
Well, I think it's pretty good. Like, if you have something that's very, very slow and sticky, I think this will still see play. Because you can probably set up like one or the other honorable kill. And if you manage to do that, I mean, you're casting Consecration every turn. And if it doesn't get insta removed, as long as you're just healing for 4 or 8, that's insane.
You also have the Murloc that draws a dragon from your deck.
I guess.
Like,
I feel like this is a very insane card to be cheated out.
Oh, it does go face, the 2 damage.
Yeah, but sure. I mean, that's kind of whatever, right?
Is it though? I feel like Paladin's gonna have trouble closing out games against like other slow decks. If you're playing against Control Mage.
Control Copium. Yeah.
It's so hard to imagine these cards seeing play in the current
meta. So just, I don't know. I'll give it a 2. I think it has potential.
2 as well, and then the yellow rack.
We have yellow rack after green rack. 8 mana, 8/8 rush. After this attacks a minion, summon a 5/5 defender with taunt. Like, I feel like this is a better payoff card than the other one. They're for different purposes. So I'll give this a 3 because I feel like it could, like, if you have the horn, you get to play your cheap minions and you get to pull out either one of these 2 minions. I think that's pretty good. Cenarian Ward, that's all that Fino cares about. Yeah. I like it. I'll give it a 3. I think it's a pretty decent card.
I give it a 1.
Yeah. Honestly, it's probably a 1 as well.
Seems too fair to me.
Same.
Yeah.
What did we rate the last card?
A 2 for the Brasswing and a 1 for the Templar for me.
Oh, give this a 2 for me as well. You're right. This can never be better than the Brasswing.
And the weapon, I don't know. It's a death rattle. It's so slow.
I don't like
I want to give all these a 1.
I give the weapon a 1 as well. Yeah.
All right, let's go.
Go next, Priest.
I'll be right back. You guys already take this, and then I'll be back in a few minutes.
Whose turn is it?
Frozen, I guess.
Alright, sure. Gift of Naru. Restore 3 health to all characters. If they are still damaged, draw a card. All characters, if any are still damaged.
Yeah, but you only draw 1 card max. It's not gonna scale up.
But it's still insane, right?
Is it?
Yeah, I think so. It seems good to me.
It's like
sort of like Renew.
What was this divine card? It costs 2 and it hits every character for 6. That's a lot of play.
Oh, it's like
Divine Hymn, yeah.
I mean,
like this is a similar card, but it sometimes draws as well, which is nice.
Yeah, but there's no cleric in the game.
Yeah, that's true. There's no cleric in the game.
If cleric didn't exist, Divine Hymn would also be a 1.
Oh yeah.
But this draws.
But I mean, this is standalone better, right? This doesn't
Yeah.
need the cleric to work. And 1 mana draw a card is fine, but it has like
Yeah, but what are you playing this in? I mean,
Control priest.
the
Yeah,
Jamboree
Sophia.
priest with the
Oh,
Maligos
Nazmani.
and the Nazmanis. Yeah, I think that deck would run this card for sure.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's awkward that you can only draw a card if you're damaged. I feel like it's pretty abusable.
It like there's an inner fire card again. Like surely there's a way to build buff priest again.
I don't
Or
know. It seems doubtful.
like priest has a lot of ways of discovering specific spells from their deck.
There's a chance that you don't play this though, I guess, and then you just try, and when you discover it, it's insane. But I do think it's strong enough to be played.
I think
Wand
it's
maker.
definitely probably playable in this Jombre priest deck that I'm playing right now with the Nazmanis. I mean, that
Mhm.
deck runs some pretty shitty spells just because they're cheap spells, and this is definitely an upgrade.
There is a Dungeoneer for priest that if it draws a holy spell, it gets reduced by 2. So maybe you can build a buff priest that only runs holy spells.
Maybe. I kind of doubt it, but I mean, that Dungeoneer card, tried it a bit. It's pretty impossible to only run holy spells, so it just became very inconsistent.
Right.
But this
But they
card,
printed 3 new holy spells now, so maybe.
yeah, this card's at least a 2. I mean,
Yeah, I'll give it a 3. I think in even in control priest with the 4 mana card, 4 mana 4/4. I mean, you just want to have all the heals, no?
Oh, Zyrella, you mean? Yeah.
Yeah, Zarella.
Yeah, isn't it just better than Flash Heal in a deck like that? Because
yes,
more value.
for sure. That's what
Mhm.
Chombre said.
I mean, unless you're running Satex and it's different, right? But without the Satex, I think this is better.
Mhm.
I give it a 3 as well.
I wish I had pizza.
Mm.
All right, Shadow Word Devour.
I'll just put Bunny for a 3 as well.
Choose a minion. It steals 1 health from all other minions.
Choose a minion. It says 1 health from all other minions.
Interesting.
Yeah,
I don't really like it.
seems bad,
Yeah.
but interesting, but bad.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe chat has like applications for this card. I can't really think of any.
They're saying it.
I guess. How?
It's just fine. You just play it as an AoE. You point it at the most useless one of your opponent's minions, and it just
Mhm.
kills all the other ones around it.
It steals 1 health. Sometimes not all your opponent's minions are gonna be 1 HP.
You're not even reducing damage on the board if you do that.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, you
you
are.
are
Oh, it's health.
if they have
If they have 1 health.
if,
Okay, yeah.
if they're 1 health minions. But like, how often are they just gonna have a bunch of 1 health minions? And if they have just a bunch of 1 health minions, isn't the 2 mana card just better? 2 mana, like.
Yeah, also scales
Wow.
better into the late game, the other card, I think.
Numbers has enabled Hysteria and it's great with Nazmani. Great with Scorpit.
I mean, it's really, really good with the needle, because it sets up the needle kills. The
The
cheap shadow
needle?
spell. Like, we were building Control Priest for a tournament 2 weeks ago, and the problem is you don't have that many good shadow spells that synergize well with the needle, even though the needle itself is OP.
Yeah, you just do what priest does and discover it.
I mean, probably.
Wand maker.
There's no way you run this card, I don't think.
Yeah, unless all the other
Yeah.
spells are like good enough, but I don't think they are.
I also disagree. Or I also don't think you run it.
Created
Yeah,
by spell. I agree with that.
Yeah, for sure, creative vibe. But it is a very good creative I saw, I think. But it is just
So a 1 then
creative
for me.
I think it's a 1, yeah. As a removal card,
Yeah.
it's just too low impact. most of the time, and then
Yeah.
there are better 1-mana spells to run in your combo-y Nazmani Priest, I think. Even like Wave of Apathy seems more useful than this most of the time.
Alright, now to the OP card.
Bless.
Blast, give a minion +2 health, set its attack to be equal to its health. Absolutely OP. Literally finisher for that deck? Or no?
Yeah.
Where's Divine Spirit though? Do we have a way to?
Dude, I from when I've played that priest deck, your minions get huge a lot of times with all the random cards you generate, but you just can't kill your opponent, and sometimes
Oh,
they
the
find a way to
Nazmani
come
deck.
back. Yeah.
Yeah.
You just play the Sethics and the Zamani and you generate a bunch of stuff, but they just don't have enough attack to finish. And your opponent like OTKs you somehow after you can't kill them for like 5-6 turns.
Yeah.
The thing is, most of the buff cards in Priest right now also give attack. There's not a lot of like just health buffs. Like Divine Spirit obviously doesn't exist.
Well, there's quite a bit I think that don't give enough, like the +2/+6.
Focused
And
will.
then and then like the
You don't
other
run
ones.
cards though. I mean, you run Fortitude and you run Elec Mount, and those are your main like damage cards. And neither of them, like, if you play enough of those, you don't really need the extra attack from Bless, I feel like. It's a new banana vendor for health. Okay, let me have a look.
I think it's just, and like you sometimes randomly generate Shadow or Devour and then you, I mean, I think there's quite a few applications, and I think it's just
Okay.
even on Nazmani, you play on Nazmani, it becomes a 7/7, right?
Yeah. True. The thing about Nazmani is like you don't need to buff its attack. Like it's a win con in itself. If it doesn't die, it just wins you the game anyway, kind of. So
Sometimes it doesn't though, like, you know, against combo decks and like Warlock.
I like it with Samuro. That
I feel like
seems
the
sweet.
feast. I feel like the feast spell is pretty good, and it's not really being played that much. And a lot of
And
situations.
Samara as well. I think this is a 4. Even in Control Priest, you might run it just for like Sethic and like you play Sethic and it sticks, and then you buff it out of range with just this card, and you get a card.
I could see running it in like a Rally Priest, yeah, because you really need targeted spells. But
But how was feast is just better in these situations?
yeah, Feast is pretty good a lot of the time. The effect. I think it's like a 2.
I don't know when they nerfed Priest, the Renew nerf. When back then Priest was still the top meta deck. I was playing the powered Feast to replace it, to have something good to curve Satek into. I feel like this would be better in that deck, but I mean it's also hard to see like a value-based Priest being viable.
I feel like on 3 you'd probably be able to play this and then gift the Naru or like Renew or something that you don't really need the power word feast to heal it back up. Anyways.
What if you just play Dire Maul or Void Touch on 1 and then buff it? Isn't that just insane?
Potentially.
Maybe.
Yeah, okay. I'm down with this 3 then.
Yeah, just give it a 2 for me, because I think the feast card's just gonna be better in all those decks. But maybe you just run both, and then that's exactly what you needed to have enough payoff.
Yeah, for you.
There's potential where you just play a 1-drop and you play this and you just win the game. Like
Void Touch hits for 10 or what? No, it's just 1 extra damage. It doesn't double. Never mind. It hits for 6, but that's still pretty good for.
Pretty good on a 1-3 or a 1-4. Remember Frazzled Freshman.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I don't know. In like Shadow Priest, isn't this just absolutely insane? like aggro priest. You got like the 2/5. It literally becomes a 7/7 when it wakes up.
It might be good in aggro priest. I think that's like, yeah. I don't think it's not like a, or maybe.
Well, the thing about aggro priest is it can only run shadow spells, and bless is a holy spell, so that doesn't work.
You can run holy spells. Why not?
Because then your hero power doesn't deal damage.
You just don't have to play with that. You just play like aggro priest. Play aggro priest.
I pressed doubt on that one.
Why?
Well, because you don't have your Baku hero power, so I don't.
You don't need it. Why do you need a deal 2 hero power? You just play the minions.
You
like,
remember that being a deck before the deal 2 hero power? Okay, I guess maybe.
Yeah, it does. Like when
Cleric, but
I think I need.
We should probably move on, right?
I think we need to move on because I need to be done at 8.
Yeah. Real quick.
Okay.
All right.
Present.
Luminous good. Geode. Luminous Geode. After a friendly minion is healed, give it +2 attack. Another card that fits into that aggro deck.
Oh yeah, that's the reason not to transform the hero power.
Yeah, but it's a 1/4. It's a 2 mana 1/4. I'm going to just give this a 1 and then I'm going to move on.
Yeah, agree with that.
I think it has some potential. I'll give it like a
Same.
3. I think that deck is probably fine.
Okay.
Just because of how OP Bless is. Next card, Deliverance. Deal 3 damage to a minion.
For me.
Okay, sorry. Yep.
Deliverance.
Deal 3 damage to a minion. Honorable kill, summon a new copy of it.
Deal 3 to a minion.
I think this is a 1.
It's a 3 mana flanking strike sometimes.
Sometimes, yeah.
Sometimes.
The problem is I have no idea how often the honorable kill just gets off. How relevant is that in which meta, and then how often it costs 2 mana because you reduce it. I find that way too hard to evaluate.
I think of all the classes, to have honorable kill be reliable, priest is probably one of the worst.
Yeah.
Because they don't play a lot of cheap, low damage cards and ping effects. Their hero
For the breakpoints.
Yeah, exactly.
I was playing Arena for a while for this expansion. I played quite a bit of Arena, and I can't even kill a 1/1 Divine Shield poison as priest. If you have the priest hero power, they play that and you just lose in Arena. So this is probably a similar occurrence in Standard where you just can't.
A big one, yeah.
Yeah, you just can't kill anything.
All right.
I'll give it a 2.
I'll give it a 1 after Frozen's elaboration.
Yeah, it's trash. Anyways, next card. Storm Pike, aid station. At the end of your turn, give your minions +2 health last 3 turns. I think this is not great.
No.
Even in the well, it is at the end of your turn.
It costs 0 mana after the Nazmani pop off.
It also if you're playing aggro and you just go unkillable 1-drop, unkillable 1-drop, unkillable 1-drop, you play this, they do become huge. And whenever you draw Bless,
Okay. All right, moving on.
I'll give it a 2. I think the Bless Paladin, I played a lot of combo priest, or not Paladin. I played a lot of combo priest back in the day.
Yeah.
A lot of times you don't, most of the time you don't really need to OTK with the combo priest. You just build one big minion and then your opponent can't deal with it, right?
The only thing you always needed to do was going Cleric Circle of Healing, and then it didn't matter which card you ran in your deck.
This card isn't a good way to make one big minion. This card, the only way this would be worth it is if you somehow had a wide board, because then you would get lots of +2 buffs.
I mean, it's super worth on 2 minions, and it's also gonna buff every minion that you play after. So,
right.
I feel like that's good enough already.
But what deck goes wide in priest? Aggro priest? Do they
care
about
aggro
health
priest
buffs that much? Just spend the play.
I mean, if you have the void touch.
This is insane. As long as you make that minion stick, doesn't really matter what you stick.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Okay, I just insta-1'd it for everyone, but never mind.
Yeah, I also thought it wasn't too hot, but I mean, I don't know. Maybe
I'll give it a
it's
2 because I feel like just being
I
able
give
to
it a
play
2.
some minions later or in the mid game is decent, but I think it's given that we have like the trader, I guess the
There's
+1/+1.
one card that I think is really good with this card later on in the neutrals.
Hmm.
I thought that maybe
Which
if
one?
you go like Nazmani into Gift of Luminance and then discount this a bunch and play it, it
It's
would
the
be
card
really good.
that you play on 4 that can never die.
The one
Pretty
that needs to
much.
be honorary killed.
Yeah.
It never does actually.
It never dies.
And then it gets equality and then it dies.
No, then you just
Yeah.
play the new Force-3 that kills the legendary, and it's.
Oh.
Anyway.
Oh no, but it doesn't die like that. It's not an honorable kill. It's a destroy.
We rated it, right?
I think the destroy would work on it.
No, it
No, it
doesn't.
doesn't.
All doesn't work on it. It's been
It
confirmed.
needs to
It's like-
be honorably killed. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So
That
you
card might be good, yeah.
You play
then-
this and you play that, and then it never dies.
that makes
Anymore.
Paladin tier S because it's the only class that can always kill it.
You can just go equality and then it's just sad minion. It's just very sad.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'm gonna give this a 2. I think we just keep on moving.
Okay. 2.
Mhm.
Okay.
And the Jack Hexen. Battlecry, take control of an enemy minion. Death Rattle, give it back.
I don't think this is good. I think this is garbage.
Do we think it works like Shadow Madness? Can you attack with the minion?
No. Unless it has rush.
Okay.
There was a 6 drop. It reminds me of that card. It's a wild card now, and that wasn't very good. That ate a minion, and then when it died, it resummoned the minion for your opponent.
I mean, this is considerably better, but the other one was so out there in terms of trash department that nobody
It's-
ever thought about it.
Pretty good to steal taunt minions. Right? Like you steal a taunt minion, and how do they easily kill this without first killing their own taunt minion?
That was a very good point.
But and then at that point, that's the main upside I can think of. So at that point, it just depends how many taunt minions are in the meta.
But there's also a thing where Priest can just permanently steal a minion with Cabal Acolyte. And
True.
I mean, that is sometimes good in a metagame, but it hasn't been good for
I
a long
don't-
time.
But this is targeted. That one's random, right?
And the other one is an activator.
I mean, you
Yeah.
can just silence this
True,
minion.
true. But then
as
it's
well.
yours forever.
Yeah,
You can just silence this minion, and then it's yours forever.
I mean, you're not gonna silence your own minion.
Yeah, I
what?
guess. Just
I mean,
can't.
if you happen to have a focused will in hand, I guess it's.
This is no Illusia, guys. I'll give this a 1.
I'll give it a 2, I think.
Yeah, I think it's.
I think it's
one
a
or
2, depending on how many taunt minions I played.
Yeah.
2, depending on meta.
It's so easy to kill as well. For HP.
Spirit Guide, next card. Taunt, Death Rattle, draw Holy Spell, and a Shadow Spell. I think this card's trash.
Oh, I thought this was good with the rest spell. Just the good draw engine.
5/5 taunt. It draws you 2 cards. I feel like that's just not bad.
It's also target draw.
Yeah.
It works with Amulet of the Undying. That's the name of the card.
It's kind of funny
But
if you
I
can
feel-
actually get if you amulet is like your only the amulet
Shadow spell,
and
or-
palm reading are like your only shadow spells in your deck. I guess. Like in terms of like controlling shadow spells that I would only run Soul Mirror, Amulet, and palm reading, and then I feel like I'd always just get something nutty.
I don't know, something about dropping a 5-mana 5/5 just doesn't feel good. And the like
That's also true.
I mean,
playing a 5-mana 5/5 taunt It doesn't even matter that you.
I compare it
Draw the card,
to
I feel
the
like.
Eldar in Paladin, Eldar Truthseeker. You're always happy when you play that on 5.
Is that the 4/6?
Mm-hmm.
You say that Frozen. I feel like Priest is definitely a class that can afford to do that because you have such good comeback potential with like Hysteria, your AoEs, your Soul Mirror, you have healing, Zarella. Like you have,
But
you can afford to play nothing on turn 5 and be fine, right? So why not play a card that gives you a body that also draws you more stuff?
I don't know. I feel like there might be some downside in like, say like in the mirror, there's downside like versus a lot of decks. It's not great. I don't know. You can it can get like sapped and stuff. I don't know. There's like random ways to play around it.
I don't know. I mean,
Like they.
You could say that about any death rattle. I think it's.
You can put me at a 3 for this card.
Yeah, I like it. I'm gonna give it 3 too.
Yeah, same.
Okay. 1 or 2 Frozen.
What's the priest quest? Someone's talking about the priest quest.
Yeah, it's because you have to play a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 mana card, and then that kind of fills the 5 mana slot because you didn't have a 5 before. But we just ignore that comment and move on.
So, yeah.
Oh yeah, I don't think that's gonna make this work.
I mean, the 5 could draw you the 6 and the 7 if you build your deck in a specific way.
Yeah,
but I don't
okay,
know.
but then you're doing the priest quest. What?
Yeah.
Yeah, you run initiation to draw from the shadow spell. Nice.
Alright, next up.
Undying Disciple.
I'll give it a 2, yeah, for the last card. Undying Disciple, taunt, death rattle, deal damage equal to this minion's attack to all enemy minions. This is like the arena card on paper.
Yeah, the
And
kobold,
that card
right?
is terrible. That card is not even good in arena. So
This is
But
like
you also killed your own stuff, that one.
This is
Wait,
like
the Kobold was a 7-drop, no?
yeah, I mean it's like pretty similar.
Yeah.
7 drop in arena, same as 6 drop in constructed.
The best comparison to this card has to be Convincing Infiltrator, right? 5 mana 2/6 that you played in Res Priest. In a lot of ways, this Death Rattle seems better.
I'm just saying all these Death Rattle cards are better because of the amulet.
Oh yeah, for
in the vacuum.
I mean, the only issue that I have with this card is like your opponent just trades all the small minions in there, and the big one still gets to go face.
I think Res Priest will always be a meme.
I hope so, dude.
Yeah, I mean, like I don't think it has the impact that you wanted on 6 mana.
Yeah, okay. I mean,
it wasn't a meme when Convincing.
Also, you have the Light Shower on 6, which is so much better.
The only time it wasn't a meme was when Velen can OTK your opponent.
Oh, the Gallery Priest.
What do you mean?
Yeah, but
like a competitive deck, you know, in what was it? 2020?
With the Barnes?
With Mass Resurrection and Convincing Infiltrator, and people played the bird for a while.
Oh,
I don't think it was competitive.
Right?
It was competitive for sure.
Yeah, it was definitely competitive. But
I mean, we're missing a lot of the tools that they had back then. But
Eddie,
the card's decent.
Eddie won the Masters Tour with Res Priest, right?
I also played that deck in that Masters Tour.
So it was competitive.
It wasn't competitive. It was there for like a very specific purpose.
It wasn't.
It was like a target deck. It was not a good deck. It wasn't a good deck.
Okay.
It was definitely not a good deck.
It's like we talk about the Zyrella instead of
whatever.
Red Priest.
Literally, the thing is, when we did bring it, like there's only like 3 or 4 people who brought it. It's not a competitive deck. It's a meme deck.
Okay, well,
with like
this one will be competitive. I promise.
It will not.
Okay.
All right.
Just triggered.
Okay, let's go on next.
Anyways. Okay. Zarella the Devout. Battle Cry, trigger the death rattle of every friendly minion that died this game. Okay, now it might be competitive. I mean, this card's pretty good.
Okay, that makes the last card way better as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
I forgot about this.
if your DK draws cards, deals AoE, heals you, that seems pretty good. I think I want to run all these cards.
I mean,
Okay.
we also played it for the hero power because the hero powers are pretty good.
What are the hero powers?
It's 5 health. It's restore 5 health, and the turn after it's deal 5 damage.
Wow. Yeah. Okay.
You can
That's
kind of
4.
be flexible sometimes. Like you can just not hero power when you have deal 5 if you think you might need it in the next turn. Which is kind of weird, but it might be an interesting way to use it.
Can you put a 2 on the disciple then for me and a 4 on the hero?
It's probably a 4, right? Yeah.
I mean, the hero has to be a 4 because it's like it gives this whole idea ways to win games. So just sit there.
I mean, like historically, is there any hero that was not a 4? I think all of them saw play at least at one point.
Yes.
Well, they can see play without being a 4.
Back then, there were some bad heroes back then. Like the Shaman hero was pretty bad.
Mm-hmm.
The Evolved hero?
Yeah.
You didn't give the disciple a 3 frozen, did you? That's what you have down.
No, 2.
2. Okay, next class.
Next class. Rogue. Well, this one's gonna be interesting.
Is it my turn for the class?
No, because afterwards it's Shaman. Don't you want to do Shaman, Vira?
Yeah, I can take Rogue if you want to take Shaman.
Let them go take Rogue.
Okay, I don't really care, but fine.
I mean,
you go Rogue.
There's some boar cards in here, so.
Okay.
First card, which has very cool art, I would say. Forsaken Lieutenant, 2 mana 2/2 stealth. After you play a Death Rattle minion, become a 2/2 copy of it with Rush. People were telling me that this helps out Boar Priest. Or Boar Priest?
Boar Rogue?
Boar Rogue. Which in its current iteration, probably doesn't, but no, actually.
I mean, you get a extra boar.
Yeah, well, the combo is kind of weird, like with board space and stuff, but it could just be like a placeholder for if you don't draw one of your boars, I guess.
Insane with every death weapon. Like with Lillian or Lone Shark. Like what?
Yeah, the Lone Shark thing is pretty crazy to me.
It's very good card.
But you're gonna need to run more.
Yeah, that seems OP.
I want to give this a 4.
I agree.
Same.
Why does it have to have Rush as well? Like
that's the funny part, right?
They say you can push the 2.
There's so many keywords on this card.
I like it.
I like that.
Right.
I mean, yeah.
I wonder what you guys are going to say about the next one.
Okay. Reconnaissance, 2 mana spell. Discover a Death Rattle minion from another class. It costs 2 less. Yeah.
So spicy though, because it's not neutral garbage. It's only class with death.
So
true.
Can we talk about the what do you call it, Thief Rogue or whatever payoff cards first? Because
yeah, it has some absolutely insane payoff cards.
Does it?
No, let's talk about how we're gonna play that 2-drop into Greybow, summon a fucking Greybow, and then Greybow the Greybow, and GG Easy Clap.
There's a lot of like ridiculous cards, like
the Null.
Death Rattle, Demon Hunter cards that you can get.
That's why the Demon Hunter does synergize so well with your Shark as well.
Mountain Bears.
I mean, there's a few that are complete garbage though.
You're saying it's just a good tempo card or what?
It's not that good tempo, but the payoff card is so insanely good that this deck might just win a bunch of games just because of how insane the payoff cards are.
I want to look at the payoff cards first and then go back to all these cards. So The first one is the double agent, right?
Hmm.
That's good.
That one's meh. That one's like solid. It's okay.
It's
Double 3/3 for 3 mana. It's pretty good.
It's good. Yeah.
Yeah. I
That's
mean,
a lot
but-
of stats for a 3-drop.
The next one, the really good one, Contraband Stash.
yes.
That's
Yeah, that's-
insane.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so replay cards is like a little
oh,
deceptive.
I haven't seen this card.
Like
It is so insane. This is
it
just
doesn't. Yeah, it's good, but
5 mana test. You never played test for the body, right? So it's like it's literally a 5 mana test.
yeah.
Yeah, that you can like prep even. And
Yeah.
I mean,
like,
you'll play this pretty late in the game, right? Because it takes some time until you played all these 5 cards.
Yeah, but
So-
if you hit some like insane death rattles and stuff or synergies, I mean, you
Yeah.
can just literally tempo this.
Just
I mean,
replace
sometimes
5
in
NR
the game.
sequence.
Sometimes it's just good on 5, maybe, but
Yeah.
yeah.
I guess Swashbuckler's still in the game.
One Thief still in the game.
Oh yeah. True.
What else do we have?
Ooh, Thief Rogue being a real thing, that would be cool.
Vanessa.
Not be cool for competitive, but it will.
Why not? I don't know.
It'll be fun. It'll be a fun GM at fun seeing all the salty GM tweets.
Yeah, it's Hearthstone, man.
You can even play Parlay to steal a card
You can
from.
play Ivory, keyword Ivory.
Yeah.
You're not gonna run out of
Yeah.
cards to steal. But I actually think that this RNG deck might be top tier.
Plagiarize.
That one's a little too slow.
Alright, so where are we going on these cards?
So go back to Reconnaissance. Rating for that card.
I like
that-
this card because I think it's a
3.
solid card. I'm just gonna give it a 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think there was a similar card in the past that was 2 less as well, right? It was like a discover a random minion or something.
No, the random battle cry.
Or yeah,
But it could like it discover random.
that card wasn't.
Yeah, but it wasn't from
that-
another class. It was battle cry.
Yeah,
so you get a lot of
it
trash.
It wasn't that good, but it was also sometimes played as a one of in the Reno Rogue, whatever it's called back then.
It
Yeah.
did considerably better for sure.
It's
So
fairly
yeah, this is like
quick to just go through all the Death Rattle minions from other classes just to get a general idea.
there's a no. I looked. There's a lot. There's like 50, but yeah, I looked through it. It was solid.
I mean, they're all pretty okay.
Yeah.
For the most part.
There's some really bad ones, but
yes, but it's
Yeah.
it's so hard to play around. So that's the problem. Like you play this and your opponent's like, yeah, okay, now he's gonna hit me with the value or removal or sticky minions or a random prime.
All the primes, yeah, true.
mhm.
Would it show you 3 minions from the same class, or can it be mixed?
No, I think it can be mixed for sure.
Rattlegore.
All right. Next card. The Lobotomizer. 2 mana 2/2 weapon. Honorable kill. Get a copy of the top card of your opponent's deck. I think this is pretty bad.
Would
Yeah,
be
pretty
2
bad.
mana. Add 2 cards to your hand.
Sometimes, maybe, potentially.
Not immediately either.
It might be a tech card for like certain matchups, but
I mean, Rogue has stuff like backstab and I don't know to set up the
Yeah.
honorable kill.
But how often do they really synergize with what you're doing?
mhm.
Like if you get like,
Yeah, like-
a minion, a cheap minion against an aggro deck, you're like, I guess.
yeah, I think it's not great.
I'll give it a 1.
Okay, 1.
Okay. Can you do the scores frozen just while I'm reading the cards?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll do this section.
Thanks. Cold Tooth Yeti. 3 mana 1/5 combo become a 4/5.
Can we skip it?
I mean, this seems terrible.
Okay, let's skip it.
1.
It's just
Then arena
someone.
card.
Yeah.
Yeah. Double agent. Battle cry if you're holding a card from another class. So I'm gonna copy this. I mean, I like this.
See this. I think the Thief Rogue might be so insane that you don't even have to run this card
I mean, it's possible, but
I
because
feel
you
like
don't
this is
want
an
like you
insane
don't have the
payoff.
time.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, I feel like you want to like ideally you want to just stack up the contraband stashes, but you probably still play this card.
Mhm.
I mean,
I think you play.
maybe your entire game plan is for this card to be yellow turn 3, and that beats most decks.
You can play the 3/2 that makes you appear like another class until you play a rogue card, and then you can coin this out with any hand. By the way,
Yeah, that's true.
because you're
Maestra.
technically another class, and this is a rogue class card while you're not a rogue, so you can always just play it on 3 while you play the Masquerade Woman.
Is Meister just good in this deck?
It's probably just very good.
I mean,
Yeah, then you don't need to run shitty cards like Lobotomizer to activate this. Like, you just always have it active at the start of the game.
I mean, the good activation cards would be like One Thief and Swashbuckler, right?
Yeah,
There's
but
a
you can
chance-
still
yeah.
play. You can still play
Yeah.
Swashbuckler on 1, and then sure you'll turn into a rogue, which is whatever your opponent knows now. But then you'll still have another class card in your hand, so the problem kind of solves itself.
Yeah.
That card is banned from competitive play, though.
It is
But
not.
We
going
saw a
to be.
tweet about that.
in the future,
Yes, that if this card and if like Thief Rogue wants to play the Masquerade Woman for this effect, that they are going to unban it from competitive play.
okay.
Cool. That would be fun.
I'll give the double agent something between 3 and 4. Probably a 3.
I'll give it a 4.
I might also give it a 4. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll give it a 4 too then.
Okay, I'll give it a 4 then too.
Alright. Snowfall Graveyard. Your death rattle is triggered twice, last 3 turns.
There's gotta be some way to abuse this.
Well, since the Forsaken Lieutenant has Rush,
Yes.
you can just play it on 2, and then you do a combo at one point. Like, it just sits there on the board, it's death, and then you play the Snowfall together with your Death Rattle, and you get a lot of value.
From what I see, there's only a bunch of coin generators. And this is just not that good.
I would think that sketchy information is better.
Yeah.
Sketchy information.
No, this card. Who cares about coins? You're playing this card. There's got to be some OTK here. Okay, so to start with, the combo for Boar Rogue. Let me use.
It doesn't work with Boar.
No, it doesn't work with Boar. But the combo with Boar Rogue is you have to play 2 Explosive Sheeps and a Terran. And I'm pretty sure if you have this active, you can do it a lot easier. You only need 1 sheep. If you have, let's say, 2 boars, you're gonna summon 6. Like it.
Yeah, but you don't have that. You only need 1 sheep, but you need this card.
Can we like not make this a Boar Rogue card review stream?
Okay. Sure, but like.
I like it.
But like Boar.
I like this card though. I mean, of all the it's such a powerful effect. It's just such a powerful effect.
Isn't it good together with sketchy information? Like, you play this first and then you sketchy, you get 4 coins.
Oh no, but I'm like more thinking like Infiltrate Lillian.
Yeah.
Just tempo death rattles and stuff.
Yeah, but
and if we're running Reconnaissance, then.
But your tempo is like so bad. If you play this into sketchy.
Like, okay, death rattle
when you get coins
isn't a thing right now. I get that, but if you rate this card a 1, I can guarantee, or a 2 even, I can guarantee it will surprise you somehow.
Okay, I'll give it a 1 in that case.
Yeah, same.
Let's go.
Oh, I just thought of something. Like, we have Death Rattle decks currently, and those Death Rattle decks could include Baron Riven there, but they don't. So I think that's
Baron
an
Riven there is
argument.
giga terrible compared to this card.
Also true.
I mean,
You know what? I'll put myself on the spot here and just rate this a 4. And yeah, this would be my
Okay.
1.
Yeah, okay, we'll just leave it at this because it'll be funnier that way.
okay, let's go. Fleet Runner.
Oh yeah. Karathine Fleet Runner 5 mana 5/5. Replace your minions in hand and deck with ones from other classes. They cost 2 less.
So this is not the payoff card we're looking for.
What do you mean this is not a payoff card?
Is this the new deck of lunacy?
I mean, it's from other classes. Like, usually Hearthstone minions from class Hearthstone minions aren't garbage. Like, I feel like pretty much every card that I could possibly play, that if it would cost 2, every minion that I could play, if it cost 2 less, it would be a good minion. Okay, like not everyone, but a lot of them.
I don't know. All it takes is like a few bricks and a few average minions for it to be a meh.
You get a Felgorger or something that can't attack.
I mean, you can always Shadow Step it to reroll. Wait, wait, does it stack with the Shadow Step? Would it cost 4 less?
No, I don't think so. It replaces.
No, right? It looks at the base cost. Yeah, it wouldn't work.
Why? Why?
Well,
I mean, yeah. Then you would just get, instead of like,
the new rolls wouldn't cost -4 mana. They
No,
would
no,
still cost -2 mana.
Yeah. I think this card's not very good.
well, I mean, you would. So if you have a 5-cost minion in your hand, you would make it a 3-cost minion, and then you'd get random 3-cost minions in your hand that cost 1 mana. That's how that would work, I think.
Yeah, there's like minions are just so much worse than you think.
Well, they are not Nagra and Slam.
Wait, hang on. Are you? I didn't assume that it would replace them with minions of the same cost. Like,
No,
if you have a
they-
Squash Burglar, it's not going to give you another 1 mana minion from another. It's just going to be random, right?
No, everything's random.
Yeah. Okay.
Then
That
you
sounded
get
like
0 mana minions in your hand.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
I think
I'm
it's-
gonna take a risk here and say this is a 1.
same. Same.
I was wondering if there's like any OP minions that you would like abuse, like any OP mana.
I mean, there's
cards.
always gonna be.
Yeah,
OP
you get a
stuff.
bunch of Mizakis and then you Sinister Strike your opponent.
Yeah, okay. Alright, I'll give it a 1.
There's always gonna be a dream scenario.
It's a
It's
fun
like,
card.
yeah.
It's a 1 though.
All right, next card.
Yeah, Contraband Stash, 5 mana spell. Replay 5 cards from other classes you've played this game.
Hard 4.
About this already. It's got to be very good. It is worth remembering that, like, you know, battle cries don't get replayed. But
Well, yeah, but think about it. You just go 1 thief into the new 9 mana mage spell and just replay random shit.
yep, totally.
Mm.
It's also like, okay, so the other thing is, you might be adding a bunch of cards from other classes to your hand, but if the main reason you're doing that is to get your payoff cards like Double Agent and the Knoll, then you might not end up actually spending mana on these random cards very much, or it might be difficult to do. So if you get garbage, which happens sometimes, normally it's not a big deal because you're only doing this to activate your, you know, like Vendetta when that was a card. But this card requires you to actually play them. So it's, you know, and playing 5 of them, it does take a while sometimes.
That's true, actually. Yeah, maybe not then.
It looks like a late game card to me. Like, Rogue has to go late to make this card good.
You can definitely high roll some
It's possible.
faster combinations though. Like back then, I from what I remember, Test Rogue wasn't that bad, and this just seems like a better Test Rogue.
Wait, you're saying Res Priest wasn't viable and Test Rogue was?
Mm, well, the thing is, Test Rogue doesn't really have matchups that it like was really good in, but like Res Priest had like certain matchups where it was good
it was
in,
a good
you know.
deck.
Like
was just really
overall tests, yeah. Well,
Okay.
it wasn't a good deck because it was bad on ladder. Like
Okay.
All right, moving on.
I'll give the stash a 3.
I'll give it a
Yeah.
3. So,
Yeah, same.
and then we go to
And
the Gnome.
so
Okay.
the null doesn't work with the Maestra, right?
No,
That
no,
would
it's,
be
it's added. It's added.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
good. It's still
Um,
good, I think. Like just playing this for 3 mana, good tempo.
seems worse than double agent, but
Yes.
That doesn't mean it's bad though, because
yeah.
I don't know if you can really add enough cards to your hand to make this consistently good.
Easy. Hanar prep secret, and then
I guess you could play Hanara, yeah.
But like you just play one plagiarize and you Gucci. Turn after this costs 0.
Yeah.
The good thing about like cards like Vendetta or Double Agent is you just need to play one and it's good. And you know.
I feel like Rogue needs to rush minions with the Hunter secret in the meta game.
But I mean, and this is just like added to
Remove
your
stuff.
hand, so I feel like it's fine because I can just like I don't need to play all the cards that are useless.
Mhm.
I feel like if
Yeah.
I can get this out for 2 mana, it's pretty sick.
Apparently if you're in Maestra mode and you draw a card, it will discount this, right? If you draw a rogue card.
Okay, cool.
Because it's still added to your hand. That's somewhat relevant.
That is actually relevant, yeah.
Yeah.
So if you get the life tap hero power, you're like, woohoo!
Well, yeah, but not just that, but actually, if you think about it, if you're always going to run Maestra in this deck, and you're never going to play a rogue card on turn 1, then isn't this card always going to be like base 4 mana?
If you draw a rogue card, if you don't draw a neutral, but yeah.
Okay, but you probably run more rogue cards than neutrals, right?
Yeah.
I'm assuming that's how it works.
I give it the same score I gave to Double Agent.
That's a 4.
Okay.
I mean, drawing does count as adding to your hand, right? It should do. I mean, yeah.
Somebody said so, so we'll just trust that.
I'll give it a 3.
Yeah, same.
The next one is an easy 4 for me.
Easy
Might
4
be the
for
best.
me too.
Yeah, easy
best
4.
hero.
I gotta AFK for a sec.
Easy 4.
That
Nice
might
and-
just be the best DK for me, like also because of the coin stuff, you can just play it so early. And it just runs away with the game.
Wait, what did you give Contraband Stash Wire?
A 3, yeah.
Okay.
Like I feel like Rogue will just build their deck around Scaps. They would just run coins to play the Scaps as early as possible and go from there.
Okay. Next up, Shaman. We have 3 classes here.
Okay. 1 mana Wind Chill spell, freeze a minion, draw a card. It's Frost spell, which is nice because Shaman didn't have Frost spell so far. So
nuts
multicast
with the multicaster.
Yeah, multicaster.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It kind of depends on the meta game if you run this card, right? If freezing big minions is a thing, then you probably play this. But there is another card that puts this card in your hand when you play it.
Yeah.
I feel like that will see more play than the Wind Chill. But it's another spell that's pretty nutty to generate with Fireheart. You just keep your chain going and add value to your hand.
It's okay if 1 maker as well.
Yeah.
Oh, I missed the Scabs talk.
I mean, if we are playing,
We just gave it a 4 and we didn't really talk about it.
Okay.
If we're playing Quest Sham, we want to run some freeze just to have another spell school, and I feel like both this and the next one would be cards that I would see myself including in Quest Sham.
Yeah, I like it. just multicaster synergy is so nice.
Yeah. So I don't know. Wind chill it's probably still only a 2 though. Like maybe is it a 3 maybe?
I was thinking it might be 2 because it often enough doesn't get included as a card itself, but as a it's
Yeah.
a created by card that you want to have somehow.
It reminds me a bit of the draw spell, 1 mana draw spell that draws an overload card. But I mean, this has also provides some tempo, which might be relevant. Like
Mm-hmm.
I think
Freeze
it's a
is
lot
pretty
better.
good.
Yeah.
I just assumed this was a 4, and Sleepbreaker would also be a 4.
Frostbite. Frostbite deals 3 damage, 2 mana spell, honorable
Frostbite
kill.
or Wind Chill?
Uh,
Oh
Yeah.
no, well, Wind Chill.
Wind Chill's a 4?
Yeah, for me. Sorry, go ahead.
Frostbite, 2 mana spell. Deals 3 damage, honorable kill. Your opponent's next spell costs 2 more. So Shaman gets Disruption, which is news. Pretty good, right? Like kind of like a rebuke, but it also deals with the board.
Yeah. I like
Uh,
this.
I
Yeah, it
think
seems like
this
a
is
4.
just a really good spell because it can also go face and
Imagine playing this against aggro druid. It's pretty easy to get the effect to get honorable kill, and then like what are they gonna do?
Never
Either
play
they-
spells again.
Yeah, exactly.
it's also pretty nutty with your quest reward because like the first one doesn't honorable kill and then it shoots again and then it honorable kills, for example.
Yeah, but when you're done with your quest reward, you're already happy.
Yeah, usually, but I mean it depends on how much HP people are gaining because you might need to play the game for a bit longer than usual.
Goes face too.
Yeah, I mean, I like the
Yeah.
Shaman also has easy access to spell power, so this 3 isn't always a 3, it's sometimes also a 4.
Right. I want to give the Frostbite a 3.
In worst case scenario, it's a dark bomb. I mean, that's never terrible, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
That's a 4 for me.
I'll give it a 4 as well.
The next one is the Sleet Breaker. Battlecry, add a Wind Chill to your hand, and it's an elemental 2 mana 3/2. Well, this goes in elemental shaman, right? There's no question. It's just better than the 2/2 that we are currently playing. The 2/2 that puts a random elemental in your hand. So it's just the cheap minion you curve into that also provides you with some more value.
Is this better than Wandmaker in
Has to be.
Quest Shaman? Doesn't give the chance of guidance.
Actually, I could see myself putting it in Quest Shaman because the deck wants to curve out, and if you're on the play, having something to play on 2 is really nice, and this would just be a better turn 2 play than Wandmaker because it has more stats, and I mean, the spell you get is always good, and it works with your multicaster. Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's better, but maybe you just play both. Maybe it's fine. But the room in Quest Shaman is not like the Quest Shaman cards that I currently don't like are like the Slugger and to some extent the Cookie, because they're just like they're too expensive, kind of. But this is also like really insane. Like this is a pretty good minion post quest spell because you draw 2 cards for.
Yeah. I think this just makes the cut in Quest Shaman. You would run this over the Wind Chill, I think. I mean, maybe you run both, but if you had to choose, I think I would go for the minion.
I'm not necessarily thinking about Quest Shaman, but I feel like in general these are both great cards. You know, for the control or potentially combo decks, or obviously freeze Shaman. You got this payoff card. Like 1 mana cycle, which and freeze a minion. Like, isn't that just great? And then you can 3/2 that adds it to your hand.
Yeah, you would also just play this in an aggro shaman. I think it goes into pretty much every shaman deck, maybe. Just give it a 4 for me.
I'll give it 3.
The cheaty Snowbolt. 3 mana spider tank. After an enemy is frozen, deals 3 damage to it. You can't freeze face, can you? No, I don't think you can. So it would only work on minions. But Shaman gets Frost Nova, so pretty good try.
You could freeze face with the elementals that you summon.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, okay. If you summon a freezing elemental.
I think this is pretty bad.
Not that bad. I mean, it's not super impressive, but the spider tank with pretty decent upside, if you are playing enough of these spells, I feel like it probably makes the cut.
Yeah, but I don't see a tempo freeze deck being good.
If there's a time for it to be good, it's now. I feel like, but maybe it's still not good enough.
I don't think
It's weird. Because you wouldn't run this in an elemental Shaman because it's not an elemental. Yeah. So it would need to be a specific freeze Shaman deck, which I have a hard time seeing this being better than normal elemental Shaman. I don't know. A 1, I guess.
I'll give it a 2.
The next card, Snowball Fight. 3 mana, deal 1 damage to a minion and freeze it. If it survives, repeat this on another minion. So it's a bit like Bouncing Blade, but it wouldn't work on a single minion. That's what Jumbre said. And then, yeah, if it fails, it still throws the minions, right?
Yeah, I think this is also a 1.
I don't think this is good because it's just like as soon as you hit a 1, it stops. It's like.
What about spell damage?
Yeah, but it's kind of expensive to care,
right? Because you want the minions to survive.
Yeah.
Like I don't really like this at all.
It's kind of. There's a lot of times when there's no 1 health minions on board, and then it's just a Frost Nova with a little bit of damage. But the problem is, is that really good? Like Frost Nova is like a combo card, right?
Yeah, but Frost Nova also had the upside that some decks would play a minion, play Frost Nova, hit you in the head, and be like, "What's up?" But this can also damage your own minions, so this doesn't work like that. Even if your opponent has no minions like that on the board, you can't be like, "Hey, I play Frost Nova, now I go all face and deal with your minion problem." And that's not gonna work because it's gonna freeze your own minion. And
one thing, this can set up for your Brukan turn where you play the Brukan and then you play the Snowball Fight so that they can't kill you.
I don't think that's good.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
gonna freeze their entire board if it casts twice, right?
Oh, you mean Brukan from Quest Shaman?
The Crest Reward, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but like the payoff cards after, like most of the games I've played recently where I played Brukan, you need to play one charge call and the game ended immediately. Like I didn't even need to think about what other cards would theoretically even be good.
I was thinking more the Death Knight, like it's 8 mana and you can AoE freeze them and set up for the AoE from the Death Knight, maybe, but it's definitely worse than Frost Nova.
I think this is also another one of these created by cards that will be pretty clutch in some situations, but you don't really put it in your deck.
Okay, 1s across board.
I would give it a 2.
A 1, yeah.
In case there's a combo deck, I think any combo deck would like a card like this.
The 4 mana 1, the Wildheart Cavern. At the end of your turn, summon a 3/4 elemental that freezes, and it lasts 3 turns.
A 1 as well for me.
It's a 1, yeah.
It's kind of funny how there was this 4 mana thing that, oh no, it was 3 mana, right? That spawned the 2/2 cubs that were stealth. And we were talking about this for a while, and this is a 3/4 elemental instead that freezes for a mana more, and we're like, nah.
I didn't like the kennels either, but
I
I
think this
mean-
is way worse.
I like all the spells that generate board in Quest Shaman. I mean, I'm not saying I would put it in my deck, but I like casting it after the Brukan. This would also be pretty good to cast after Brukan.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said,
Uh,
one charge call game ends.
Yeah, but you don't always draw the charge call, or you already played it.
I'll give it a 1 as well.
Yeah,
What
I
about
give it a
you,
1
Wire?
too.
1, 1, 1,
One.
1.
Yeah. The Snowfall Guardian, though. 5 mana,
that's the
3/3 elemental, battlecry freeze. All other minions gain +1/+1 for each frozen minion. So it's like, I mean, it freezes your own stuff, but other than that, it's just an upgrade to the Dawn Grasp from Mage, right?
Mhm.
Like Mage has this effect on a legendary, and you can make this cheaper in your elemental shaman.
I think this is very good.
Like in the Doomhammer Shaman, where you just start ignoring the board, you could
Mhm.
just play this and go face with your Donghammer.
I feel like in Elemental Shaman this isn't good enough.
I think this is very good.
It's a really weird card.
Might
Like,
be
Yeah.
slightly. I mean, I think there's a lot of matchups where it's important, though. Where
What if you just there's a board full of minions, you play this, and it gains like becomes a 15/15, and then you win Fury it, and their board is frozen.
I mean, I think we look at this more in the way of your opponent has 2 minions, you get a 5/5, and you frost over your opponent's board, you're happy.
It's also the parrot, right? You could just repeat this thing and keep going face. I
Yeah.
think it's so
True.
good.
Also, like it's 5 mana, so you can let's say they have a full board. You can play a bunch of crap, and then freeze your own crap, and give it win Fury.
I just think it's so broken to be able to freeze their board and go face in Charm because you have so much burst. Like
Yeah.
It must be pretty good.
you don't need to contest them with minions anymore, cause you
Yeah.
can just give up on the board if you run all these freeze spells.
Mm.
I'll give this a 4.
It's a 3 from me.
Then the 6 mana spell
there's me for as well.
Glaciate. Is that how you pronounce it? Discover an 8-cost minion, summon and freeze it.
Yeah,
Mm,
bad.
good after the quest.
Would be good if you had a different class. If
So
you
that
could,
means-
if you could get Trouble Master from it, I'd be down, but you can't. So
I mean, 8s are pretty good in Shaman. Like, I think the 8 mana pool is good for Shaman.
but
But
the problem is like you can't
since
even attack with it next turn, right?
Yeah, unless it's rush or charge, like Alec
Right.
here.
So you kind of have to get more Forge Fiend.
Yeah, you need.
Is that the only one?
It's the taunt, yeah. Everything else is like... We're getting some new ones. We're getting this 3/5 that consumes a random minion from your opponent.
That's not bad. Yeah.
So you're saying this is more of a spell to make the Discover pool worse? Like a lot of these spells look like they just want to make the Discover pool worse for Shaman. I mean, I don't mind casting Glaciate after I discover it when it casts it twice, but I wouldn't put it in a deck.
Exactly.
So
Fair.
1.
Yeah.
And then the Baron Glacier.
Ooh.
7 mana 6/6 elemental. Battle cry for each frost spell you've cast this game. Summon a 3/4 elemental that freezes.
Considering we're pretty much only potentially casting like Frostbite and Windchill, this is probably not good enough.
You have the Sleet Breaker as well. And you have the Parrot as well. I guess the Parrot is also really good after the Baron.
Yeah.
Frost spells in standard.
Only the ones you see here. Shaman doesn't have any so far.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
That makes it. Oh, Glaciate, yeah.
But I mean, the thing is, you can make this cheaper with your elemental guy, the 4-drop that makes elemental cheaper. So
Yeah.
you can play this a bit earlier, and then it doesn't need to summon that many 3/4s.
And I'm very much okay with running 2 copies of each of these cheap cards.
If you would play the Baron turn 5, it would summon 2 3/4s. I think I would be very happy with that.
Yeah.
I don't think that happens though.
No,
You'd need
not
to
turn
have
5.
Warforged
No,
ones. Yeah. Almost never.
no, yeah, like
Why? You play on turn 4, you play the 4/4 that discounts it, and then you play a kindling elemental as well, and then next turn you play it. Like,
yeah, but that's very
there's
rare.
also the Bona stuff you can do.
yeah, but then you also need to have casted the spell. Like but you've needed to, like, you want to spawn 2 elementals, and you've already played the 4-drop on 4. You're playing this on 5, and at some point you're gonna need to have played 2 frost spells as well. Like, I know that this can happen, but it seems like incredibly unlikely for all of these things to come together.
I think if we add all the frost spells that Blizzard has ever printed together, the deck would still be bad.
Okay.
Oh.
Well, then no Baron for you guys.
Gotta be a 2 at least.
I'm giving it a 2 as well. It doesn't look terrible to me.
I'll give it a 2.
The Brukan of the Elements, 8 mana hero. It has these invocations, and when you play it, it casts 2 of them, and afterwards your hero power flips around between the invocations. I just assume it's similar to Dr. Boom, where it just goes to a different one, but it's random which one it is.
So 4?
Mm-hmm.
Bunny, can you read the invocations?
Yeah, so you get to choose 2 of them, but the way that they showed it, you can actually choose from all of them at the start. One of them is summon 2/3 elementals with taunt. The other one is restore 6 to all friendly characters. One is 6 damage to the enemy hero, and one is 2 damage AoE to all enemy minions. And you get to choose two of them, but all of the options will always be granted to you. So you get to choose a combination, and then you have each one of them as a possible option for next turn. Yeah, seems
the
good.
problem with this is the immediate impact on the board is very low. Like, it's 8 mana Consecration plus Feral Spirit. I don't think that's very good.
Well, you have Bloom though in the class, so
yeah,
it oftentimes comes down earlier, right?
You would try to hold Bloom for something like this, yes.
Yeah. I would assume that's also the reason why it costs 8 mana and isn't cheaper. I mean, I don't know. Is this the only control hero that they printed?
Paladin?
Yeah,
Control
I guess
Paladin
too.
Control Death Rattle Priest? Spicy. Control Warrior, maybe?
This outscales Priest though.
Priest?
Potentially.
The hero power.
Is this enough of a win condition for a deck? Like,
This?
could you just play defensive Shaman with this as your top end? No, probably not. You need more stuff to win the game.
Yes.
So I was just thinking of putting it in Quest Shaman to, these games where you are not very fast at completing your quest. You can just bridge the gap with the Brukan.
Pretty expensive way to do that, though.
Yeah,
I think so too.
And it's only 1 consecration to clear board. You might not be able to clear.
Really delays your quest getting completed, and then if you've already played your quest, you'd much rather play spells. I don't think
you're a lot of the time top decking with that deck anyway, so you wouldn't be sad if you top deck to Brukan.
Yeah, but I feel like nowadays with the multicaster being able to draw 3, you're pretty fine.
Yeah, potentially 4 now.
We'll draw 4 in
sometimes
the
even
future.
4.
One thing, does it work with the parrot?
Yeah, I mean, but the parrot is just so good with so many things that I don't really feel like this is legitimate way to evaluate this card.
Honestly, I think it's like a 2 for me. I don't think it's that good of a hero card.
It might be one of the weaker heroes, I agree.
Yeah.
It's
I'm
actually
still
true.
giving it a 4.
I'll give it a 3. It's fine. It's a hero.
It's definitely a wire card. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean,
you're gonna
I
build a
guess.
control shaman and somehow outvalue the best
I'm
shamans.
gonna put it in the Nizov Shaman, the worst
Yeah.
deck on HS Replay, and
Mhm.
post it day one, and everyone will be happy, because everyone will be winning more games on ladder.
Exactly.
Okay.
Alright.
Let's go
Warlock.
on to.
Bunny, I guess.
Alright. Grave Defiler. 1 mana, 2/1 battlecry, copy a fell spell in your hand. Let me just have a quick look at Warlock fell spells.
I didn't have any fell spells before, unless philosophy was a fell, but it didn't show up.
All this-
Philosophy.
The imp spells that summon demons, those are all fel spells.
Oh.
So Shadow Council, which is garbage. Philosophy. Imp Swarm, which I hate. Fiendish Circle, which I think is garbage. And Demonic Assault, which I think is fine.
I think it's a zoo card. Like just
Hey.
going back to back imp swarm or whatever. No, the other one. That summons
Fiendish
1/1.
Circles.
Yeah.
Doesn't even work with the one that you can trade.
It's really good with raise stat.
But that's not a fell spell. That's a shadow spell. I mean, okay.
No,
obvious-
I mean you raise that this and then you copy the fel spell in your hand again.
But I feel like the fell spells aren't even good enough payoff cards for a zoo. Because, like, I don't have enough. Because, like, one of them is 2 mana, summon a 3/2 imp. I mean, I'm sorry, but nobody's ever gonna run that in their deck. Just, like, just not happening.
Yeah.
Like, the only card I would really run is maybe Philosophy, but they play the 2/1 into Philosophy, into my upgraded demons. I don't know. I need to have this in my hand, and if I don't have more than, like, right now, like, I'm not running Fellbolt in that deck, I'm not running Shadow Council, and I'm not running the other spells either. So I have 2 payoff cards that if I don't happen to have them in my hand, I'm just sad.
Yeah, but look at the new cards. Maybe there's some more fel spells you'd like to copy.
No.
There's 3. New
They're
spells.
not that good. Besides, I guess Full Blown Evil has some potential.
That's a
control.
pretty good one.
Isn't the shuffle thing is that bad?
Seems
What shuffle
pretty
thing?
bad, yeah.
The shuffle 4 rifts in your deck? Yeah, that's pretty bad.
That seems pretty, like, we can look at the fell spells here. We have a new, we have Seeds of Destruction, shuffle 4 rifts into your deck, they summon a 3/3 Dreadwind Imp when drawn. I don't like the spell at all. Then we have, we can evaluate the 1-drop later, and we can go through the fell spells, but yeah. We can start with Seeds of Destruction, which is like 2 mana, shuffle 4 rifts in your deck, they summon a 3/3 Dread Imp when drawn. I think there are 1. I think this card is unplayable. Anybody
Just
disagree?
read that card.
Okay.
No.
3 mana, this Desecrated Graveyard. At the end of your turn, destroy your lowest attack minion to summon a 4 for our last 3 turns. I think this card might actually be decent.
Yeah, especially since you can play like an egg. And
Yeah.
then it's a lot of tempo.
Yes.
Wait, it doesn't destroy anymore the next turns. It just keeps summoning 4/4. So what?
No, it destroys it
destroys.
again. But like you can, like for example, you can trade that card and then you better get it restored to full HP. You know.
I don't know about that. And you can't play like big, like a giant or something in your deck anymore.
What? Why?
Just the lowest
Oh, you
attack
mean
you can.
your lowest attack minion?
Hmm.
Like even if it's just a 1/1, I feel like this is a good zoo card.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see how it works now.
Yeah, the best thing about this card compared to the other whatever they're called, the last 3 turns is like you can play an egg on 2 and it's not going to die, right? So you can get 3 turns worth of value from this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And
probably.
even if you have an egg, like you might value trade even if it gets opened, you value trade the 4/4. You play this, you restore it back, and then the next turn you can play a 1/1, and you're fine. You get the value
I
out
like
of it.
that as well, but I don't know if Zoo's good, but yeah, I like those kind of.
Zoo's been like borderline. It's been somewhat played.
Didn't
Possessed
Schema bring Zoo to the MT, the last MT?
No hands did, yeah. He also played it on ladder, and it seemed okay-ish. Like not top tier, but like okay-ish.
But that deck gets like a lot of upgrades here with these cards, I feel like.
Yeah. So I'm gonna give this a 3.
3.
Okay.
2 from.
Then we have another Fell Spell, Full Blown Evil. Deal 5 damage randomly split among all enemy minions, repeatable this turn. So it's either 3 mana 5, 6 mana 10, or 9 mana 15. Damage split among all enemy minions.
Wait, is that just echo on the card?
Yes, but they don't print the word echo anymore.
Because I didn't understand what this repeatable meant.
It means echo, yes.
Oh.
So it's comparable to Minefield, but it's more expensive. Doesn't target your own minions.
I think the fact that the repeatable effect is actually really good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like when we first were looking at the echo cards, we also said that these are overpriced for the effect, but then they turned out to be all really good, just because of the flexibility they provided.
Yeah.
I'm assuming if you discount this card, you have to spend 3 mana when you repeat it, right?
I would think so, yes.
Because you can discount it with Mithril Rod in like Fatigue Lock or something. But yeah, I guess that makes it a little bit.
I mean, this solves one of the issues that Warlock had of dealing with Divine Shield minions.
Absolutely, yeah. That's a pretty good point. I'll give it a 3, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Give it.
It's pretty meta dependent. I don't think it.
I feel like it's comparable to Minefield, but the mana difference is the biggest deal, more than anything else.
Well, this also only hits enemy minions.
Yeah, yeah, but the decks that want to play this card probably don't care too much. I guess Moarg actually. It does combo pretty well with Moarg.
I think it not hitting your own minions is a very big deal, and that makes it a lot better than Minefield.
It's just more annoying to play around with the opponent.
Like, I always wanted to play Minefield in Quest Warrior, but it just didn't work, because once you have minions on the board, the card is deactivated.
Yeah, I mean, it makes it more flexible that you can run it in any sort of deck, whether you play minions or not. So that's good, yeah. Okay.
Next up, 3 mana, 3/3 Sacrificial Summoner. Battle card, destroy friendly minion. Summon a minion from your deck that costs 1 more. I like this card as well because we already have 2 eggs in the game. We'll look through the neutrals later to see out if we have more. I haven't looked at that. But we already have the Nerubian egg, and we have Possessed Villager in the game, and we have the Spider egg, the Bone Web egg. So I think there's some application for this, and just being able to upgrade a broken card to a better one. Most of the minions you play in a Zoo-ish deck kind of like will profit off this pretty well, and this is 3/3 plus a bunch of other stats on board on that turn, so I like it. I want to give it a 3.
It's a shit ton of stats you put out when you hit this on the egg on turn 3.
And I think you can play cards like Cabal Outfitter maybe that we've looked at before that was like, eh. Or like even if you get the Mosher out of this, you won't be unhappy. So I think it's alright.
Maybe it's like difficult to have enough minions of a certain mana cost in your deck for this to always work. I don't know, like how many 3-drops, for example, would you have to run? And
probably like, not that many.
Even if you put this on a 1-drop, I feel like it's often times just going to be good enough. Where you just get a random 2, and the random 2s in your deck are like eggs that then help you with other stuff. For example.
Yeah, they make your board sticky, right? Because you're going a bit wide, and then you add an egg to your board.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see it. I'll give it 2, 3.
Yeah,
2. I'll give it a 2.
For me, it's a 3.
For me.
Then we have Tamsin's Phylactery. It's discover a friendly death rattle minion that died this game. Give your minions its death rattle.
This is the wackiest card of the set that I've seen.
Destroy an X, summon an injured Blade Master. Okay, dude.
Isn't this card just crazy?
Yeah, I think it's good.
Is this the Dreadsteed Warlock card that we've been waiting for? To give our Dreadsteeds more Dreadsteed tries?
This is just a card where you have an egg and you make a white board and then you make all your entire board summon 4/4s, right? This is
Yeah.
This is what this is supposed to be.
You just slot this into zoo, I guess, with like the egg zoo that we were just talking about.
Exactly. And then you choose explosive chip.
They were like, oh, this is too strong. We need to make this a legendary because Soul of the Forest in Zoo is, as a 2-of, is too strong.
Maybe there's some other death rattle other than egg that we are overlooking. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, in Control Warlock, you go in Control Warlock, you play the 8/8 demon that gives you 8 armor, and then at one point of the game you summon 7 1/1 imps, and they all give you 8 armor when they die.
I mean, I could actually see that happening. No, I'm not even kidding. I could actually see this happening.
And then your opponent is like, yeah, but I complete my quest and you still die.
I mean, not if you gain 42 armor.
I mean, they just place 2 hand of cooldown.
Imagine if Leper Gnome was in standard. Is there any card like that?
I don't think so.
Like an expensive one that deals face damage?
Oh, the new bear, or it's a beast, like that deals 8 to a random enemy.
Oh, the humongous owl. Oh,
so
your finisher.
Instead of gaining armor, we deal damage. That sounds better.
Wait, you play the owl, and then you play the 1 mana tradable card that upgrades every time you.
Oh, you can combo it with Tamsin?
Yeah, that works as well. You can cast it twice.
It's the combo Warlock.
It's the nuts.
There's
The
also
weapon's still in the game.
There's also a way to tutor spells nowadays, right? Hullbreaker.
Mithril Rod is still in the game.
And this is our kill combo now. It's actually just this spell, humongous owl, and we just have to make sure our owl doesn't get polymorphed. But we can kill it off with the 1 mana spell that deals 2 damage to everything.
Grimoire, yeah.
It's fine. We just Grimoire sacrifice our owl, and then we owl like a board with this, and then our opponent explodes.
We need
But we have to clear your opponent's board, yeah. We have to kill our opponent's board, or else.
No, we need to kill our own board, right? We're gonna summon a bunch of tokens, right?
We have to kill our opponents and our own, because that doesn't guarantee go face.
Yeah, easy. Just play the 4 mana spell.
The 4 mana spell? The Soul Rend.
Soul Rend, yeah. I mean, that's discounted by Mithril Rod anyway, so.
Yeah, I'm just wondering. I mean, there must be some other AoE.
Yeah, but Soul Rend.
Like spirits too.
Soul Rend might not clear your opponent's board.
It doesn't matter if I have like 6 things on board. 6 times 8. I mean, whatever. If 2 minions stick, then I still get 4 damage shots of 8 to the face. That's still 32. That counts in my book.
How are we actually summoning the tokens? Which card does that?
The tradable. Yeah.
The tradable, the new tradable spell, 1 mana that gets upgraded whenever you trade it.
Oh, okay.
Helps you with the draw for your rod as well.
You could do that and combo that with like what? The 3 mana spell? Fiendish Circle?
Yeah, I mean that might just be good enough already, and you can draw a felt spell from your deck.
Alright, we're going a little too deep.
We got new
We're not going too deep at all. This is where it's gonna be. Okay, I'm giving this a
4.
I'm giving this a 4.
4, I'm on board, guys.
4.
Alright. Spellfire in the hold. 5 mana, draw a spell and deal 2 damage to all enemies. If it's a foul spell, deal 1 more. So if you run a bunch of foul spells.
Well, we only want to draw the Tamsin spell, so that's gonna be our only spell in the deck.
I mean, I don't think I like this too much because I think Warlock has way too many good spells that are not fel spells.
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
insane healing spells, like Touch of the Netherism and Drain Soul. So I don't, and Backfire, which I'm gonna still run in all of my decks. So I don't think I need this. I think in most decks where I want this kind of AoE, I don't want to run it for 5 mana. I want to run it with Grimmer Sacrifice for 1 mana. So this is gonna be a fat one from me.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Same.
Cool. And then circling back, because this is the last spell. If we then circle back to the Grave Defiler, in summer
So
we only
one
had
well.
one spell that we really wanted to copy, which was the Full Blown Evil. So I'm gonna give this a 1.
It's not that bad because it can pair with the Grimoire sacrifice thing.
The thing is, copying spells is not very good. It's not that great generally. Like if you have the spell already, you don't need 2 copies in a lot of situations.
But I feel like Zoo, if they can go wide over and over again, at one point you just can't clear anymore, and then they buff the tokens and you die.
Yeah, but like the fel spells that you can copy are not spells that summon a bunch of stuff. None of them do. I mean, you have Fiendish Circle.
What? Yeah, Fiendish Circle, that's the one, and I guess the upgradable one, the Imp Swarm, it's obviously way worse.
I guess that works together with a 5-drop that gives all demons +2/+2, the tradable, the Shady Bartender.
Yeah, that was where I was at. Like, just what No Hands game I was playing, pretty much.
I just feel like if you have one payoff card, that's just not enough. And like,
Demonic Assault is another one that makes board.
Yeah, but Demonic Assault doesn't really fit that deck too well.
I mean, you can buff the Void Walkers with your 5-drop.
Yes, I mean, okay, but I just don't think there's enough payoff for this to be good enough. But maybe I'm wrong.
I'll give it a 2 then.
Right. Okay. Now we'll move on to Hollow Abomination. 5 mana, 2/8, battle cry, deal 1 damage to all enemy minions. Honor or kill, gain the minions attack.
Insane arena card.
And that's it, right?
That's it.
The meta game where the Dreadlord was so good, that demon that dealt 1.
At the end of every turn.
Yeah, but I mean, you just played it and the game was over.
Yeah, also because your opponent couldn't stick stuff again.
But this also gets big, so you go face next turn.
Yeah, but this would have been less of a problem for the main deck in that meta, which was Odd Paladin. Odd Paladin couldn't hero power
that
anymore.
was the one. That was the one. But if Warlock summons 1/1s, then maybe this is good.
No, but I was saying, like, it was good because I kept on Odd Paladin from hero powering, ever getting back. This doesn't do it. This garbage is a 1, we'll move on.
If it had Taunt, it would be significantly better, but yeah, I agree.
Alright, then we have 6 mana, deal 3 damage to all minions. Shuffle 3 rifts into your decks. Into your deck, draw 3 cards.
The rifts is the same again, it's those 3/3s.
Yeah, why is this effect so anti-synergistic with everything?
What's the new hero power? Can you
The hero power is shuffle a rift into your deck, draw a card.
Is this the worst DK?
This has to be the worst DK.
It's not that bad. You're drawing 3 cards, dealing 3 AoE damage, gaining 5 armor. That alone is terrible.
It's fine, but you don't really want to play this in Zoo. Can you play this in the Zoo deck?
You can definitely play this in Fatigue Clock. It's deal 3 AoE and draw 3 cards for 6 mana. I think it's pretty
cool. Combo or a control card.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, but
probably even.
I guess I'm getting baited by the fact that shuffling 3 risks is so useless.
I will say that it might be awkward because you have other ways to draw cards. You have a lot of other ways to draw cards, and in Quest Warlock, you want to fit in your taps. Actually, not like removing your tap alone is kind of a bad thing, right, for the quest.
I also think that putting 3/3s in your raise that pool is not a great thing.
True.
The rifts seem more like bait to me than everything else, but I feel like being able to deal 3 AoE while drawing 3 cards while gaining 5 armor for 6 mana really can't be that bad.
There is a reason people are not playing Soul Fragments in Warlock, and that's because you want to have your end of the deck stuff active as soon as possible. And I feel like that's what Warlock is really good at, and I don't see how this would make for a better Warlock archetype than what we currently have.
I think it'd still be fine just because you like they literally in Fatigue Lock they literally play Hand of Gul'dan to play Hand of Gul'dan. Like the oftentimes like sometimes it gets discarded by the 4-mana 5/5, but a lot of the times my opponents will just play Hand of Gul'dan against me without discarding it, and then this card will just be better. Like sure you don't get the 2 damage from the tap every turn, but instead you'll get a 3/3. Like you don't damage yourself for 2 anymore, but you like when you start fatiguing, the stuff that scales like linearly is the fatigue damage, and then you get a 3/3 because you shuffle a 3/3 and you draw it. It's fine.
But tapping is so important to progress your quest. Like you have only limited ways to progress your quest.
That's not true for fatigue lock. You can start fatigue for 1, 2, 3, and then play the quest reward, and then kill your opponent. That's totally fine. You don't need to damage yourself for the quest reward. Because like until 6 you'll be tapping a lot, and then you have double wasted, double backfire. That's just straight up enough in my opinion.
I think there will definitely be some times where you want to play this card, but you feel like you would be better off having your tap active for the quest.
But it fits like a glove for that deck, I think. Just being able to deal AoE, draw cards, and gain armor.
I think I'm giving it a 2.
I like that you can make it cheaper with the weapon. That's what I like about it. And I also like that it procs your weapon, but I don't really know if you are improving your deck if you change your hero power.
Yeah.
I'll give it a 3.
I'm giving it a 4 because the Death Knight.
Okay.
Spellwalker a 1.
Taunt, battlecry, cast the highest cost spell from your hand. Okay, we're moving on to warrior.
I gotta go, I think.
Alright.
Yeah. Sorry.
Alright.
That's fine.
Have fun with the rest of it. Thanks. See ya.
See ya. Yeah, I also only have like an hour 15 left.
Same.
Yeah,
We've been kind of slow, so we just speed this up.
I can speed up the warrior cards.
Okay,
so Frozen Buckler, gain 10 armor at the start of your next turn, lose 5 armor. This card's insane.
Insane, yeah.
Insane. 3.
3.
3?
I mean, it's insane.
Alright, fine.
But it's not DK.
I give it a 4. Alright, Ice Blood Garrison. At the end of your turn, deal 1 damage to all minions last 3 turns.
I kind of like this.
Not bad, right? It's
Not
so
bad.
annoying if you're an aggro deck and they just have a whirlwind for 3 turns, and it sets up your other removal, right? They can't just not play minions into this.
Do you have is there good cards like Acolyte Pain or good proc rewards? To deal
Not
damage
really,
to
just
nowadays?
Frenzy, I guess. You have Frenzy, but...
Is there good Frenzy?
The 4-mana 3/6 is pretty good. Also, it's pretty good with this into Barrow Fluid. You just play this against an aggro deck and then you Barrow.
I don't know. I think this is good.
I think it's better than some of the other removal cards that we currently have.
There's a lot of good removal coming in though for
That's true, yeah. I feel like this is really powerful for a control deck.
I'll give it a 2.
The only problem where I'm seeing, I'm looking through everything, is that there's just no consistent card draw. Still.
The weapon, right? It's still just Outrider's Axe.
Yeah, that's so bad.
I mean, you have Force Deck Cage into Outrider's Axe. That's been the warrior draw for a while now.
But I don't like it. Next card, to the front. Your minions cost 2 less this turn, but not less than 1. I think this card's bad.
I don't like it at all.
meme.
I've seen people talk about combo
Yeah, I
decks,
saw
and
it.
I'm not buying it
Yeah. I
because of
think
what
it's
you
a
just
one.
said with the card draw that is missing for
There's
Warrior.
no card draw. Yeah, I played it even with like I played a decent amount of OTK decks with Warrior that were really bad back then, and they all suffered from lack of consistent card draw.
Yeah, and you still had
And it's
Acolyte of
even
Pain
worse
back
now.
then.
Yeah, even back then with Acolyte of Pain, it felt bad.
I mean,
So
next up's your draw engine, you know?
After you
Yeah,
play
like
a taunt minion, draw a card.
Yeah,
consistent.
you
card
play the
draw
2-mana
XP.
spell, and then you play this, and then you play taunt minions.
It's like you look at this and you look at the rogue one, you just feel bad.
Is a 1.
Yeah, one.
Scrapsmith.
The glory is bad, yeah.
I mean, the idea is you play the 2-mana spell, and then you play the glory, and then you play the Scrapsmith. You know?
Yeah, but no. I think the
no.
Scrapsmith is fine,
It's
though.
only 6-mana combo that draws you 4 cards and requires you to play 3 cards.
Scrappy cards are 3-mana 2/4 taunts.
Is this like a Temple Warrior thing? What's it called? Rush Warrior? Like just having stuff that you're buffing?
Yeah. I like Rush Warrior. I like the Warrior, the Temple Warrior with the conditioning. Yeah,
Conditioning, yeah, that's the one.
yeah. I think that one can come back.
I mean, this is pretty
think
good
it would
together,
like
actually.
a card like this. Yeah.
I like it in that deck. I'm gonna give it a 2 because I don't think it's super powerful, but I think it fits well in that deck.
Yeah, two seems about right.
Alright. Snowed in.
Snowed in. Destroy a damaged minion, freeze all other minions. It's too expensive, I think, but freeze all.
Yeah, it doesn't.
The freeze only works if you destroy a minion, right?
There needs to be a damaged minion from your opponents. Otherwise, you cannot play the card.
It's, I don't know, like, maybe it's good. Like freezing into Brawl.
I don't like it at all. Like the Warrior games that I've played recently, none of this doesn't excite me at all.
Yeah, same.
Unless we get a completely different meta, I don't see this card at all.
What I don't like about this compared to something like Coerce, it's so expensive to activate, right?
Yeah, and then it has to be damaged.
Right, so it's like 4 mana.
Yeah.
If you have to damage it yourself.
you can play. I guess it doesn't even work with a Citadel because the Citadel is the end of your turn.
I think the freeze effect is good though for Control Warrior. But
yeah, but you don't think you get to activate it.
So I'll give it a 1 as well then. Frozen?
Yeah, 1/1/1.
Axe Berserker, 4 mana 3/5, rush, honorable kill, draw a weapon.
Seems like a 1 because the cash is just better.
Not in Rush Warrior though. This would be excellent in Rush Warrior, right?
But what weapon do we want to draw with Rush Warrior?
I like the weapon that we can trade back. It's pretty good.
The tradable one?
Yeah, because you
draw you can
it's a
trade
lot of
it.
damage. Yeah.
Smog. Yeah.
You can trade it and then get it from this.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it doesn't ruin conditioning since you can trade it for a different minion. Yeah, I can see this being pretty solid.
Try.
I want to give it a 3. I will the 3.
A what? A 2 or 3?
A 3.
3.
3. Okay.
I mean, it's honorable kill. That's really, really difficult on the rush.
Captain
Galvandra? I don't know.
Galvangar.
Galvangar?
So I think the OTK stuff with this card is a bait, but what might be good is you play like cards like Scrap Golem and like Cargo Guards, and then you randomly get 15 and then you finish your opponent with this.
I mean, yeah, I agree. Or with the weapon, together with the weapon that you keep trading, or like.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just 9 damage charge from hand. It's like an upgraded Grommash.
But it's really tough to activate. unless you play the Frozen Buckler, but I don't actually think you want to play that. I'm
You
gonna give the Buckler down, like
It's just,
turn the.
yeah.
I think the new Control Warrior will have a really easy time to activate this because there's also this 3-mana Shield Maiden, and then you have the new Frozen spell. You still have the tradable armor spell, Armor Vendor. I think it's pretty easy.
The problem is like I feel like Control Warrior isn't gonna be good, you know.
Yeah, that might be true. But
That's
maybe the
biggest problem.
hero together with the Galvandra is enough.
I think Rattlegore is still a pretty insane card.
I don't think Rattlegore is good. There's so much random stuff that deals with it now.
Really?
Hmm.
Okay, never mind. Then.
I'll give the Galvandra a 3.
I think Galvander is good if you can activate it without using with just using minions and tempo,
To
which
me,
I think is
feels like
possible.
this should have been a pirate. It's a captain. Why is it not a pirate?
I mean, yeah, I want to give this a 3 as well, just because I feel every kind of deck that gains armor just champs is in there. Like worst case scenario, you played as a 6-mana 9/9 with rush. How bad can that be?
Remember
I think you'll play it. So I think it's solid, but I don't think it's as good as people think.
Remember the old tempo warrior that played the 9/9 dragon on 6?
Mm-hmm. But that one is kind of easier to get.
Yeah, right.
That meta was a lot slower.
You also need to gain armor in the process.
Yeah, the other one needed you to go face, which kind of synergized with your game plan of going face.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's a fine finisher for Control Warrior.
But
like, that's something the deck is lacking.
It's still not enough, you know, with Control Warrior.
What's the hero doing? I don't actually know. Is it good for Control Warrior?
It's good for Control Warrior.
Yes.
Equip a 5/2 weapon, and what does the weapon do?
That's a 7-mana 5/2 weapon. After you attack a minion, smash it into the enemy hero.
So even if it dies, it deals its attack damage to the hero?
Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It kind of pairs well with Captain because it gains the armor. Your hero power gains more armor now. And you deal a lot of damage you do a lot of like AoE damage to your opponent's face.
It's funny because they need to be scared to play big stuff against you once you have this weapon online.
I mean, take a lot of damage though when you have to face that stuff.
Yeah, but half your deck is gaining armor anyway, so you wouldn't really care.
Unless you play tempo oriented, then you don't have it, but then you also don't care because as long as your opponent dies faster than you, it's whatever.
And then the hero power, what does it do?
It's the hero power is 2 mana, deals 2 damage. If you honorable kill somebody, it's gain 4 armor.
So you just get the hunter hero power.
Yeah.
Kind of, yeah. Unless you want to use it on minion, then you also gain armor instead.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't hate this.
It's kind of weird. I mean, I think this hero is really good, but kind of weird that it doesn't just give. It's not like just deal 2, gain 2, or something like that. But it's like honorable kill, which is so much worse. I feel like.
I agree.
But then again, it could be a lot better, depending on the deck you're versing. But like losing the armor up back then was really bad versus control deck versus like OTK decks. Like when you played the Garrosh and the other DK, a lot of times it's just worse versus like.
You can maybe just use it on your own minions, like you go Baroth and kill off the Baroth, gain 4 armor.
Yeah, but how many do you have minions?
Doesn't happen often enough, that's the problem.
And for the rest, it goes face.
Yeah, but against combo decks, you're not getting there anyway. That's your problem.
Yeah.
Well, wasn't that the problem of Control Warrior, that it didn't have damage output against the combo decks? Because it can delay them a lot, except the OTK DH, but the other ones, by stacking armor, so it takes them longer to kill you than against other stuff. And now you can...
But the problem is like, do you see any cards that we got that makes Control Warrior beat Quest Shaman better in any way? Not really, right?
No, of course
I
not.
mean, Quest Shaman doesn't have a lot of life gain, so if you can go face against them.
Copium.
I mean, like, I think Control Warrior only really exists when Quest Shaman doesn't.
Yeah, so like
I feel like now you would be able to beat Quest Mage with these two cards. Like the old Quest Mage before it got nerfed.
no, I don't think
I don't-
so. They have Ice Barrier. Like, I don't. When we were testing, I mean, besides the fact that we just conceded, it didn't even look like we do like more than 10 damage to them, and we just don't add enough.
No, we
But you
don't
have
add
a
enough of
steady shot
anything,
now.
no.
Yeah,
I
so
feel
like
like
I
this
think
goes into something that is like tempo-ish or it doesn't at all.
yeah, so it's more like everything looks like it might go into like a conditioning warrior.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And even there, I'm like not really sold on this.
Yeah, I'm not sold anymore because
I mean,
conditioning warrior was only good because every other deck sucked.
that's
but-
true. As long as everything else gets nerfed to garbage again, we'll play conditioning more.
Yeah.
Okay, we should go on.
All right.
Chat demands it. It's
Uh,
still a 4 for me.
Yeah, I think this is a 4 because this hero is pretty good.
I'll give it a 3, and then we have Shield Shatter. Deal 5 damage to all minion, cost 1 less for each armor you have. Or you have.
0 mana Flame Strike. Sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's pretty good with some of the cards
Yeah.
here. It's pretty good controller stuff.
It's
I'll give
also
it a
all
3.
minions. Yeah.
So solves one of the problems of Warrior of not being able to clear Soul of the Forest boards, because now you can just go
I don't know,
Rancor and then cast this for free behind it.
I think that matchup was like the only reason why this deck was played.
It is, yeah, because that's free as hell with Brawl. You just have Brawl already. Against all the
So,
Anaconda Druid stuff and
like-
whatever.
Warrior is trash right now, right? It was like the same point I was making with Priest. Like it's trash, but it's kind of playable controller because you can like target a deck, right?
Yes.
Like no one's ever gonna play this deck on ladder, but
There's
Tournament
also a thing,
might
you
be
need
okay.
to run Frost spells in Warrior to get this 3 mana Shield Maiden active.
I mean, one thing that I do like about this card is that if you play it against like other decks that are not super quick to come online, kind of like Warlock, you stack a bunch of armor early, and then when they want to get on the board, you also want to get on the board with like Control Warrior. It's like isn't really Control Warrior. It's still like Big Warrior where you play like Rattlegore and Troublemakers and other spells like this to finish the game. We can play this for 0 clear opponent's board and then put a Troublemaker and then it can get awkward. So like
yeah.
I had the problem when I was playing this deck that I wanted to stick my Rattlegore, I wanted to stick my Troublemaker, but I couldn't because I also had to remove, and this kind of alleviates this problem a little bit at least. And this is always going to be decent against aggro, and I think against like other slow decks this might be fine. You're still not going to beat any control deck though.
You just play Armor Plate and it's 5 mana combo for Flame Strike. Seems pretty good to me.
Yeah.
I mean it's solid. All right, next back to neutral.
Next to neutral, yeah, okay.
Can we just skip the obvious filler cards?
Yes. Okay. Gnome Private skip.
Yeah.
Iron D Trog. I don't think that wants to skip. 1 mana, 1
Wait. Why is Gnome Private a skip?
Because it's honorable kill.
Yeah,
it's
but
a Diamol. Diamols don't really see play.
I mean it's okay in Priest potentially. I mean Priest already has enough probably, but
Frozen with the Priest
Yeah,
Copium.
it's probably bad. I
Okay.
guess.
We're just gonna skip it. But the troll is interesting. After your opponent casts a spell, summon a copy of this. 1 mana 1/2, and I think that card is.
If this card is good, then all these 2/2 weapons are good, right? All of them.
Wait, why is this card even potential in contention? Why is this not a filler?
Well, because it's a copy. So, for example, in Paladin, you can play this into Hand of Adal, and your opponent, whenever they cast a spell, it summons another 3/3. It copies the buff if you buff the minion.
This as Hunter on 1, and they have to remove
Summon
it.
a copy
Otherwise,
of this. It summons a 1/2.
Yeah, but it also can copy itself again, so it keeps going.
Like, it's kind of hard
Yeah,
to get rid. It's impossible to get rid of this only with spells because. Oh wait, it's after. Okay, never mind. That's Pepega.
It's just like Hunter right now plays this on 1, and then you have to remove it, or otherwise they doggy biscuit it.
Mhm.
And how
Yeah,
do you
and it
remove
makes
it? You
another
have to
one
use
too.
a spell to do it. So
Yeah,
I think it's good.
yeah, but if you use the spell to do it, and it dies from the spell, then this is gone, right?
Yeah, well, it'll have another one too on the board.
No,
Really?
you're saying if it dies, then it doesn't summon the copy.
Yeah.
Is that how it works? Like if I
let's say
backstab this,
you
it doesn't
use
summon.
it does. It should, right?
It says after your opponent casts a spell, not whenever. I read that differently as well.
Okay, then it's really bad.
Yeah. That makes.
I thought it was bad even when it's whenever.
But it's these decks that can buff it, like make the turn you play it and it's a bit bigger than normal, then I think it's good.
Summon a copy of this, so like if this is buffed, then
Yeah, but even if you
becomes a
shoot this,
problem.
for example, for 3, like let's say this is
Yeah.
5/2, you shoot it for 3, then you have 2 5/2s on board, which you can then clear up afterwards.
And you just put this in rally priest, and it's
Okay,
really
never
annoying.
mind. I read this wrong. I'm gonna move
I think
on.
it's a 2.
Yeah, whatever. I'll give it a 2, sure.
Ivis.
This card's garbage. It's complete trash, actually.
Really?
Belgrade, spend the rest of your mana on game +2/+2, Rush, Divine Shield, and Taunt. So, for example, for 3 mana, you can get either a 5/5, which would be fine, a 3/3 with Rush, which is sad, a 3/3 with Divine Shield, which is fine, a 3/3 with Taunt, which is sad, or a 1/1 Rush, Divine Shield, Taunt.
Okay, one.
No, actually, not even that. It could be like a 1 mana Rush, Divine Shield, or Rush, Taunt.
If you're unlucky, it just doesn't get +2/+2 ever.
Yeah, I think it's Giga Trash.
2
mana,
I
2/3,
also
honorable
like
kill,
it.
give you other minions Divine Shield. Next. 2 mana, 4/2, stealth after your opponent plays a minion, attack it. Play your Octobottle now.
Yeah, but that's true, right?
Yeah, but the thing is like,
no, right?
it's like a really, really bad snipe. Kind of.
Yeah.
You just play 2/1 into it. You see it on board. You know what's up.
Even in stas synergy decks.
Okay. 2 mana, 2/2 Battlecry, add to 1/1 Ramps with Rush to your hand.
I think this is good.
This is good? Why?
Because of the beast synergy in Druid, I would assume. Like
there's also DH synergy. There's also synergy with conditioning.
I guess that's true. That's actually really good with conditioning. It's like the bumper car, except for you can't really tutor it, but it has a better body and it doesn't have rush itself.
I think it's a 2. It's fine.
Sure.
We'll see some
I
play.
think it's good in DH though because you can get a bunch of attack with the hero power, the new hero power, after you transform.
This just brings ETC
And-
warrior back.
And your guys can die for your giant. That seems good.
I think you'd rather play the Fell Assault for 3 mana.
Yeah, but you can play both. For
Okay.
extra 2 drops.
Sneaky Scout.
Yeah, that's trash. 2 mana 3/2 stealth, unbreak kill, your next hero power has 0. I mean,
Terrible.
Bad.
2 mana 2/2. After you cast a spell, give a random minion in your hand +1/+1.
That could have potential.
Really? What would I
No.
possibly play this in?
Libram Paladin and make a big Mr. Smite.
Okay.
I don't know.
3 mana 2 for Battlecry. If your opponent has 2 or more minions, deal 1 damage to all enemy minions. I mean, like, this doesn't look like a bad card, but it's obviously never getting played in Constructed, because why would I play this?
Yeah, next.
3 mana 2/5 honorable kill, summon a 2/2 wolf with stealth. No idea why I would play this either, honestly.
By the way, honorable kill can only happen once, right? It's like frenzy effect. Like after you summon the wolf, and you would attack
I
again
assume
next
it's
turn.
not. I assume you can it always goes off.
Okay. I mean, it's still a bad card.
Yeah, anyway, 3 mana 4 to Battlecry to turn enemy legendary minion.
2.
Okay, it's a whatever card. I'll give it a 2 because we'll have to see.
I think it's pretty solid.
Like, I mean, it just really depends on what we are going to play, right? Like, how can you evaluate this card?
I think there's a very high chance that's good. Like even right now, every deck has Mr. Smite almost. Like a lot of decks have Mr. Smite. And then like
You can kill the quest
Oh,
reward.
it kills all quest rewards.
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, then give it a
Quest reward as
3.
well.
That's actually not so bad.
Kobold Taskmaster. 3 mana 2 for Battlecry. Add 2 armor scraps to your hand that give +2 health to a minion.
This has to be good, right? In Priest.
Is that like spare parts? Or what?
It's a
Just-
1 mana spell, give a
doesn't-
minion +2 health.
It doesn't say it's a spell though. Like I'm hovering it. It doesn't say it's a spell, but I'm assuming it's a spell.
Has to be a
Oh,
spell.
literally
I
doesn't
see the
say-
spell on Bunny's screen. It's a.
Yes.
It's like
okay.
a spare part. I think this is just
Yeah,
an upgrade to Banana Vendor for Priest, right?
Yes.
for
like-
sure.
Yes.
Would be better than bananas.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably gonna.
Also,
play,
you
I
don't
think.
you don't give them to your opponent, right? Banana
Yes.
Vendor
Uh-huh.
would give your opponent the bananas.
Yeah, I think it's good.
Yeah, agreed.
3 for me.
2 for me.
Mm-hmm. 3 mana for 1 piggyback imp, summon a 4/1 imp. So it's a 4/1 that summons a 4/1.
Maybe in Death Rattle DH. Probably not. Probably a 1.
I don't actually think that might be too bad in some random aggro deck.
Yeah, I think this card's solid.
Yeah.
Only problem is that it kind of gets farmed by DH.
Yeah, but like not every class is DH, right?
Yeah.
I guess it also gets farmed by Mage, but and
Only
kind of
one
by
for me.
Paladin, and probably by Warlocks as well. Alright,
Yeah.
I
guess
kinda just-
that's one.
okay. 3 mana,
Pepsi
3/3.
Cooler.
Death Rattle freeze 2 random enemy minions. It's just a 3/3, right?
Yeah.
Alright, next.
1. Reflector Engineer, swap the attack.
I can
and
see
health.
this card being teched though. Like I can see this card being teched for certain matchups.
That's true. Yeah, if you don't have
Pepsi
better,
Cooler?
yeah, if you don't have better tools, but I think most classes will have better tools
I'm gonna give it a 2.
because it's a death rattle, you know.
Reflector Engineer, 3 mana 2 for Battlecry, swap the attack and health of all minions in both players' hands. I just thought of this as being attack versus Octobot.
This is also true, but this is also a tech versus quite a few things. Like maybe aggro decks have like high health minions, and then you play this, and then they become very sad that all their.
I give it a 2 just because of the Octobot.
I think it's like a 3.
I want to give it a 3 because
Honestly.
I feel like this might actually be played quite a bunch.
This might be the win condition for Warrior. You like you swap Gromash.
Yeah, I could do that. But maybe there's like other combos you can do with this card. I haven't really
Well,
thought about much. Like if you can abuse this maybe and build your deck around it, drawing this and
I mean, it definitely has potential, I would assume.
there's also Alec
swapping
here
Alec
for,
is pretty
yeah,
sweet.
for 12.
True.
I think this card's very solid, even overall. Like you play this versus aggro or like a deck that.
I mean,
like how.
Octobot is like, they have to play the Octobot and Shadow Stepper to get the value of. It's quite obnoxious.
The thing is, you don't really know if they have it in hand or not. I mean, you probably just play it and hope they do have
I mean,
it.
you play it after they play the 3-mana draw spell, for example. But I feel like even against a bunch of aggro decks, like, sure, their minions are gonna be, like, have more attack then, but they're probably gonna be a lot less sticky, and they might be bothered by that.
Yeah, 2 for me.
So Blind Harpy. I think this card's a 3 or a 4, honestly.
That's a 4 for me. I think this will change the current meta game a lot. Like if this would exist right now, it would be such a big deal.
If we had frost spells, which we're only getting now, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, just the effect, like Shield Maiden on a spider tank.
Drektar we've already played with. It's meh.
I haven't seen it played anywhere, really, except for like Miracle Priest, and even that doesn't seem to work.
Yeah, I mean, we don't need to raid a card that already exists.
This one's gonna be interesting. Frostwolf War Master, 4 mana 3/3. Costs 1 less for each card you played this turn.
Ooh, what? I haven't seen this card yet. So.
Same.
Oh.
Yeah, this is a question mark. I don't know.
So you just go Octobot, ping your Octobot, and play your hand.
But is it that good? This is like a. What was the
Felbat,
the card?
Yeah.
Or it's slightly better than Felbat, but it's like, you know, the Happy Ghoul? Happy Ghoul?
Oh yeah.
It's more like a Happy Ghoul.
It's more like a Happy Ghoul, but the thing is, like, I think it's harder to play 4 cards than fulfill any of the other, like.
Yeah,
playing 4 cards is
trash.
really not that easy.
It's like meh then.
Like, you need to be able to play 4 cards on like turn 3 for this to be able to cash this in properly, right?
Unless there's like a need for like a combo deck or like a control deck to have a minion for free, but I don't see it.
Like 0 mana 3/3 is the last thing that Rogue needs ever. Like at least in the Octobot deck. I mean, like, great, you have a 0 mana 3/3. If you had a 0 mana 3/3, you wouldn't play it in that deck, would you?
No.
No, this just goes into brute DH. Just have small brutes. Play along brick boots.
Like, there's maybe a world where this exists in like the Demon Hunter, where you just play tons of minions. Like early, just where you usually never get this down to 0, but you might play it for 1 or 2, and then it's just another token that dies. I guess maybe.
I can't see it.
Seems meh.
What if you play it in the rogue deck with the coins, with the death rattle stuff?
Yeah, even then you don't care, right? Like, it's I mean, there's no need for this card in any of those decks.
All right, Frozen Mammoth.
You can put a 4 for me on the War Master.
Not for me. Not for me. Hell no.
Frozen Mammoth.
This is frozen until you cast a fire spell.
Until the hunter casts its explosive trap.
I mean, this is interesting, I think.
I
have no idea what class has good fire spells.
Yeah, I'm just looking up right now.
Mage.
The
First
hunter
flame, stuff like that. Doesn't really fit in Mage.
Not at all.
These minions that can only attack after you met a certain condition usually didn't see much play or didn't see any play.
In Warlock, it's like Altar Fire or Backfire, so that's a no. In Shaman, we have Molten Blast and Perpetual Flame.
No.
And then in Mage, we have shit tons of cards. And then in
Mage, potential.
In
There's
Hunter we have
potential.
explosive drop, so I don't know.
I think I'll give it a 2. I think potentially its stats are just too good, but likely not.
Like, there's like a
One for
world where this like exists in Mage and you play like
You play like Tempo Mage, and this is just like a
yeah,
4
but
mana 7/7
probably
type
fat
card.
no.
No.
Yeah.
4 mana 3/5 Battlecry, draw Frost Spell. I haven't seen this card.
Yeah, me neither.
It says draw. I'm always excited.
I think Mage might have to play this to tutor Frost Spells for the armor card.
But wouldn't you
'Cause you
rather
can't-
want to like play the one that spells just draws you 2
Actually,
random
you
cards?
can't even play it would have to be Control Mage. Yeah. True, but like
Multicaster just seems better in every way.
it is, but sometimes you just need the Frost Spells.
I mean, like it only really makes sense in a deck where I only play Frost spells, so that's why I don't run it the multicaster. But I feel like the upside of the extra HP compared to the potential downside is just so minimal that this will never see play.
Okay.
I think in Warrior it might see play. That's the only class, though.
Yeah, for the consistent draw.
Yeah, because you also
Yeah.
don't have any other spell classes in Warrior anyway, right? So
And just to draw the Frozen Buckler Shield Shredder combo.
true. And you want the armor? Yeah, okay, maybe.
So
I'll
the
give
2
it
for me.
2, yeah.
Okay, Ice Revenant.
That one.
Whenever you cast a spell
That
gain
one
+2
for
+2,
sure.
just thinking about Elemental Shaman shortly. No.
No.
The card that never dies.
The card that will always
This is
die
a
is
hard.
my prediction.
This is a hard 4 for me. Best card of the set.
I'll give it a 3.
I can see it in so many decks.
It can never take over the meta game. I feel like people will just hex it or I don't know, silence it or whatever. Whatever.
Yeah, that's like the way to deal with it, but
Yeah,
I think it's
so
really
if
good.
people run this card, then people also run answers for it, and it's like there are a lot of different possibilities to answer this. And even if you can't answer it, you can just ignore it. It's just a 3/5. Like, not that scary to let on the board. I'll give this a 1 actually. I don't believe in this card.
I think it's gonna be really good in Priest at least.
Oh no.
No.
Oh no.
Wait.
Not this priest again.
Jumper has a good question. Does sketchy information summon this?
It does not. It shouldn't.
Well, it wasn't honorably killed.
It resummon. How do you resummon if it didn't even die?
Okay, alright, fine.
Okay, so Frozen, you need to get a good rank with Priest right away. If you don't play Priest at the start of the expansion, you are the biggest beta ever.
Okay.
It's confirmed, it does get spawned.
It does get spawned?
Oh fuck, I need to change my rating then.
Hey, I didn't give this a 1. Why did you put
Yeah,
a 1
I
down
did.
for me?
I mean,
Alright.
I still give it a 1.
This is sick of sketchy, is it not?
It is sick on sketchy.
This is sketchy. And then, wait, can you summon this? Oh no, it doesn't work. Oh, you make it with all the row cards. With the 2/2, you played the turn after. You just have a bunch of Korax on the board.
Oh shit, yeah, the 2/2. Oh no.
But at the end, then they all die to Bladestorm, and then you cry.
Okay, I'll give it a 2 then. That seems to be some applications.
Stormspike Marshal. If you took 5 or more damage on your opponent's turn, this costs 1.
I thought that card was pretty interesting.
Yeah, same.
I mean, you always take damage on your bonus turn against pretty much every deck. Where this card would be relevant to be played.
Druid likes this, maybe? To
See,
survive.
it's just a maybe, but I guess it's good
It's a 2/6
with
taunt.
It's good with survival. When we have like 15 mana, we can like survival and play 2 of these. Or
Copy it and warrior. Oh, that's true. That is a good idea, actually.
Oh, you can make it big in warrior. +5,
Yeah.
+5.
Yeah, but Jumper is talking about another card. Bulk up. Give a random taunt minion in your hand +1/+1 and copy it.
Hmm.
That's hella annoying. If you play bulk up
Yeah,
of
there's
this
potential.
and your opponent like it hits you in the face and you're like, for 2 mana you play 2, 3, 7 taunts. Alright, I see this potential.
Mhm.
2
Oh,
for me.
2.
Power Sergeant, 4 mana, 4/4 Battlecry. If you control at least 2 minions, gain +2/+2.
Skip.
Yeah.
Then Vanda's already in the game, so we skip that as well. And we have
Bloodguard. 5 mana, 4/7. Whenever this minion takes damage, give your minions +1 attack.
Like Vandar isn't bad, but we're just skipping it because it's already in the game.
Whenever this minion takes damage, give your minions +1 attack.
Seems garbage to me. Sorry.
I don't see how you would repetitively damage this.
Yeah, it seems garbage.
I mean, maybe there's something. I can't think of anything though.
The Hippogriff is also garbage.
Yeah, that's filler.
So is the Knight Captain.
Yep. So is the Spammy Arcanist.
Yeah, the file on the stick is not.
That doesn't work with spell damage.
Yeah.
Isu Protector. Taunt, freeze any character damaged by this minion. Well, that's a big boy. Is this good?
Let me change your mind.
That card is not in standard anymore, I don't think.
Is it?
Yeah, I think Cabal Shadow Priest is gone.
Yeah, but the other Cabal is gone. The Cabal Acolyte's still there. But it's always a good meme. Let me change your mind.
I don't know. This seems like a big card. Like, imagine you're a weapon rogue and they play this. What are you gonna do?
Question.
2 for me.
Price Plunderer.
10. Good luck.
I mean,
2
it's
for
always-
the Protector, I'll give it a 2 as well.
sure.
Legionnaire, 1.
Give all minions in your hand +2/+2. Ooh,
For 6 mana, 9/3.
yeah. Seems bad.
Humongous Owl is definitely 4.
I think, yeah, I think I wouldn't give it a 4, but I think it's.
Is it a 4 because
mean,
of the Warlock deck? Then
I
I'm on
mean,
4.
I'm not. It's not a 4, but I'm gonna give it a 4, because
Because of the artwork as well.
because of the meme.
Huge.
It's a Monka W meme. It's definitely a huge number, humongous number.
I'm gonna give it a 3. I think it has some potential.
Okay, like the honest evaluation is a 3, but the me I was memeing.
I think it's a 2.
Okay, that's fine.
The Lieutenant.
Lieutenant.
At the end of your turn, eat a random enemy minion and gain its stats.
Yeah, it's a very good card. For Cenarian Ward.
Uh-huh.
But not otherwise. I'm gonna give this a 1.
I don't know, like, isn't this just something that you can play? And it's such a big tempo swing, and
For 8 mana.
they have...
Wait, you say this is playable, but the 8 mana 8/8 that it has rush, attacks an enemy minion, and spawns a 5/5 with taunt is a meme?
Yeah, I think this is better.
Okay.
It's also a repetitive effect, right?
Alright, then the Troll Centurion is also 1. What the fuck is this?
Wait. Go back. Now that I think about it, you know, Ibis the Forest Lord, it'd be sick with Druid when you have 15 mana. And you just play that.
What are you talking about?
Which one?
Never mind. The Forest Lord where you spend the rest of your mana, gain +2/+2.
Yeah, that's like
Eventually,
good if you have like 20 mana with Druid, and then it just gets like removed.
You can copy the Lieutenant with Druid with the 4 mana spell.
For the Forest Lord, you can't get the same one again if you already have it, right?
No. This one.
From what I heard. So it would just be a huge
This
boy.
kind of starts getting good at like 7 mana, right? Because then you
Yeah.
have it 7/7, 7/7, 7 mana, 7/7 rush divine shield taunt, like guaranteed.
hmm
But then you spend 1 more mana, and then you also get to draw a rush divine shield taunt minion from your deck.
I think that Forest Lord has some potential.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
maybe.
change it to like
It's just like trash if you play it below 5 mana or less.
But there's some high roll potential, like if you really need to.
Guess maybe.
Or something.
Maybe.
Did we talk about Lokola?
The
Ice Lord?
Oh, Ice Lord did at the very end. Rush Windfury, 10 mana, costs 5 less if you have 15 health or less. It's interesting, right?
The arena card that has a similar effect is top tier, by the way.
Which one?
It's the 5 mana 4/6 gain +2/2 if you have less than 15 health.
Oh
That
yeah,
card's insane
that's
in arena.
insane in arena. Yeah.
It's a nerf to charge call, I think. So you get the bunny or the Death Rattle taunt less often.
I mean,
Wait,
Rush
what?
Windfury is pretty good though of charge cost.
Rush Windfury is very good.
It
Yeah, but
actually
those
is
are
like,
the
yeah, but it kills the 7/7 taunt from the other person's charge call.
okay, it's good in the mirror, that's true. Yeah, but in general you would prefer the other two, I feel like.
Yeah. I mean, you take bunny rabbit most, but not always. But it's definitely better than most of the other ones. But yeah, these two obviously stand out.
I don't really know in what deck you would play this. Like, would you play this maybe in Warlock?
Yeah, you just play this in Elemental Shaman, and because you face tank everything with the Doomhammer, and you have this already double reduce, and then you play double.
Yeah, okay, maybe. I don't think so.
I don't think so either. No, I was just joking, because you can like reduce everything a few times, then play parrot, and then this costs 1 mana, but.
So one's across the board?
I feel like they just printed this for like Nizov deck so that they have like a good elemental that they can put in the graveyard.
So wait, I come out with an average of 2.06. I felt like this expansion was pretty good.
Wait. Is that like lower than usual or what? I guess you're missing that Ross numbers as well.
Let's give Vandor. What are we giving Vandor?
3.
Yeah. Alright, let's give Vandor 3 so we can evaluate. I mean, we didn't give bad numbers to most cards. I think. We just gave.
Does the missing death row numbers?
No, it's average. Average as a formula. Okay, the neutral cards have an average of 1.6.
Yeah, there's a lot of filler there.
Like if you like, I've felt like I've not seen that much filler in the neutral card department in a long time. So. I mean, like the ratings might be bad, but I'm still looking forward to it because I think there's some classes that have some really insane class cards that I'm really looking forward to play, and I don't care if they have another 20 garbage minions that all have honorable kill and some random effect nobody's ever gonna play with outside of arena in the neutrals. I don't think that matters for my gameplay experience.
Oh, Druid and Druid are the best classes according to our averages. Like before the expansion, I thought before the review, I thought that Mage looked like it would have gotten the most support, but it doesn't really reflect.
Yeah, I was gonna say Demon Hunter felt like the best class to me, and it's actually
Yeah, I mean it's up there with Druid.
Demon
Pretty
Hunter, Druid. I can't wrap my head around Hunter, but we also gave really good scores to Mage and Rogue, I think. Like a 2.5 average means that we gave as many 4s as we gave 1s, which I think is a pretty good evaluation overall.
Yeah. So like, what about predictions? I think Warrior is gonna be trash. And
Warrior's gonna be trash.
Priest is gonna be insane, obviously.
Oh man, I'm looking forward to screenshotting the HS replay ranking after a week. After
I feel like
release.
Rogue is gonna be insane.
Yeah, Rogue for sure.
I feel like Rogue for me has, I don't know, it feels like the nuttiest ones.
Same.
I don't know, like the whole Hunter stuff also looks good to me with the secrets and the. I feel like the Hunter secret is so strong. The ice trap. Maybe I should have given it a 4 even.
I mean, yeah, Warrior is like. I feel like Warrior has all these amazing control cards, but they might not matter.
Yeah, if people play Death Rattle stuff, Warrior never liked that, right?
I mean, I'm really looking forward to try out Tamsin's phylactery stuff. the owl OTK. I'm not really sure about Shaman. I think Shaman just has gotten really good cards to supplement.
I mean, I think
Quest Shaman.
Quest Shaman is just really good.
I feel like Frostbite. I mean, sure, the hero card and the more expensive cards, whatever, but Quest Shaman really didn't need much.
I feel like also the Elemental Shaman.
Although I think Quest Shaman might be a lot worse because all the discovers suck, but you can play non-discovers now, I guess. You can just play like.
If you just have consistent draw with the multicast and the wind chill, you don't really need to generate stuff. You just get through your deck and shoot them in the face.
You don't. I just opened my Quest Shaman deck, and the only discover cards I have are 1/1 maker currently. Primordial Studies. The pool is unchanged there.
Just the 3/3 though. She gets a lot worse.
Yeah, Fireheart gets worse, but
Guidance is the one.
By a lot, though.
Guidance gets less often overload cards now.
But Wind Chill and Frostbite are really good cards to get of this. Are you sure? Like compared to the overall pool, you put in 3 bad spells, you put in 2 good ones. If you can compare it to the overall pool of cards, I don't actually think that makes it that much worse.
Yeah, but sometimes you can just brick on the I think it's more likely that you just completely brick on the first one now, right?
That is true. Yeah. But I don't know. But other than that, you don't really play. Yeah, you have guidance in there, but I don't feel like you're not getting any new overload cards, so guidance is gonna be worse.
If people play Death Rattle stuff, then Shaman gets a natural buff because of having access to hacks and evolving missiles.
And revolve,
yeah. And if people play like slow stuff, you can Doomhammer them. Like, I don't know, Shaman seems fine to me.
I'm excited for Mage as well, for like the big spell Mage stuff.
Yeah, it's kind of disgusting for competitive if Mage and Rogue become the top 2.
With these cards?
Back in the day, you know?
Completely unfair stuff.
Mage has a bit too much life gain now for my taste between the 3-mana Shield Maiden and the 4-drop that draws a big spell from your deck and gains your armor.
And
what's the 4-drop that draws a big spell?
From the mini set, it draws a spell and you gain armor equal to the cost of the spell. So
yeah, that's pretty disgusting.
All the removal spells from Mage are so efficient, and their main weakness was always their life code.
how can you run efficient removal spells if you're gonna only run big spells?
I mean, yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's a way to balance it, or
I mean, I
like,
don't think you would ever run only big spells. I think you will run a mix because,
like you still have the 4 mana AOE spell, Fire Cell, which is pretty
I
good.
think Ice Blood Tower wouldn't even be a staple in this. I think it's like,
Yeah.
you have to run a few other cards that help you.
But yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe the deck just can't really run the removal spells anymore.
I think you have to run a bunch of bad neutral minions, like back in the day when you played Big Spell Mage.
What could also happen is that the 9 mana spell is just so good, and you just put it in normal spell mage with Incanter's Flow, and you don't run any of these minions. Just play it on turn 7.
Play like Incanter's Flow Mage without quest?
Yeah.
I was looking at Hunter as well, but Hunter still has the same old problem where they just can't deal with a board that goes wide, right? Unless you're Quest Hunter.
It's not true because of the hero now. They have the upgraded explosive trap.
On turn 6.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna hop off.
Alright.
Yeah, same.
Okay.
Was a good one.
Yep. Pretty long one.
Alright.
Have a good one. Bye bye.
Yeah, see ya, guys.
See you guys. Bye bye.
Okay, alright, I'm gonna also end the stream here. Thank you guys for joining. I'll put the whole brief discussion that we've had, the whole review, I'll go put it up on YouTube soon, probably tomorrow. I don't think I'll be able to get it done. I'm pretty tired after talking about cards for this so long. Rate the set from 1 to 5. I'm not gonna do this. I'm just saying that I'm looking forward to it. Appreciate everybody lurking in the chat today. Yeah, so I'll be back on Saturday. I'm taking tomorrow off, but I'll be back on Saturday. And I think we'll do a bunch of ladder as well as some theory crafting of decks, just building a bunch of stuff, thinking what could be interesting, what could be fun to play. Appreciate everybody hanging out, and I'll see you back on Saturday.